morphed into a player that you have not seen on trade rumor. You would kill him. This guy is in that category. However, I think we trade for Kyrie. I think Kyrie Irving is the question is the shooter for 39% free throw line. He shot 40% free. But is he a distraction? Does he team chemistry? It's a question. He's been able to come back time and time again. He's done it. So I'm not sure if I'm worried much about the injury, but I think he still hasn't played yet. I agree with it. With chemistry with that, I think there are other players in the league that maybe have a feel for that they can assimilate for this team. I don't need a yanking.
The reporter that covers the Mavericks in the Western Conference, he's the first guy to float this out there, and he just put it out there as like, hey, if I were the Pistons, I may want to look at this. I think Kyrie Irving, first of all, the injury scares me. I don't know if he's going to come back from it. He has to come back before he do, but this is a dog holder now, and we'll see how he responds to this. If he were healthy, he's the perfect player you want to complement Cade Cunningham. He can handle the ball, which you need another ball handler. He obviously is a clutch player, can shoot the three, can take it to the hole. But the other problem is, besides the injury, I think, is just the chemistry issue. We talk about chemistry. You're giving up a huge chemistry guy. It's bias, right? You don't want to completely upset the apple cart. And Kyrie's been known to be a cancer at certain spots he's been at. Now, with the Mavericks, apparently he's been great, and there's been no issues there. But I think it's too much of a risk to trade for an injured player, even with the guy with his type of talent. So I would not go for Kyrie Irving, but, I mean, if he was healthy and playing this whole year, that'd be a different story.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Early birds always rise to the occasion for summer vacation planning because early gets you closer to the action. So don't be late. Book your next vacation early on Vrbo and save over $530 on week-long stays. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
Welcome to your guided break, sponsored by Jobber. Breathe in. Breathe out. The phone is quiet. Your crew's out fixing, wiring, installing, payments are pulling in.
It's been contract, but it's been like 20 guys like in the English part is Elijah. There's everybody else you talk about going situations. This team is successful in large part because of their willingness to play defense. That is number one.
Hard to treat a guy.
Love to hear from you here on Carson Anderson 97.1.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you. Like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV. It's space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Sunflower and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Ties and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
You know what they say. Early bird gets the ultimate vacation home. Book early and save over $530 on a week-long stay with Vrbo. Because early gets you closer to the action. Whether it's waves lapping at the shore or snoozing in a hammock that overlooks, well, whatever you want it to. So you can all enjoy the payoff come summer with Vrbo's early booking deals. Rise and shine. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
Let's be honest. If your motto is less is more, your morning beauty routine should take 5 minutes or less. That's why Merit Beauty believes great makeup should be effortless. Merit is a minimalist beauty brand that makes elevated makeup and skincare designed to help you look put together in minutes. Their clean, curated essentials help you get a fresh, polished look with products you can swipe on and blend seamlessly. For example, the Minimalist works double duty as both a foundation and concealer, so you can get quick coverage without layering on a bunch of products. And don't forget, smooth skin is essential for a polished makeup look. Merit's Great Skin Serum works perfectly with your makeup. It instantly hydrates and plumps for fresh, dewy skin. All of Merit's products are clean, vegan, cruelty-free, and made with nourishing skincare ingredients that leave your skin looking better long after taking your makeup off. Right now, Merit Beauty is offering their signature makeup bag free with your first order at meritbeauty.com. That's MERIT beauty.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden on January 31st. Live only on DAZN. Teofimo, the reigning champ and Brooklyn's king of 140.
It's going down.
Takes on Shakur, the pound-for-pound undefeated prince from Newark.
I'm coming away.
The ring and WBO Junior Welterweight Championships are on the line. Don't miss Teofimo Lopez versus Shakur Stevenson. The Ring 6, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Insurance company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Are you really buying a car online on Auto Trader right now?
Really, I can get super specific with dealer listings and see cars based on my budget.
You can really have it delivered.
Or pick it up.
I think your kid is walking up the slide.
Really? Auto Trader. Buy your car online. Really?
Text the ticket now. Ticket text 248-539-9797.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. 248-539-9797. Red Wings, Pistons, Michigan State. Hey, we got everything to talk about today, and we are going to. From an unnamed texter, you've got to keep Tobias. Next text from Bruno. Tobias, I don't want to trade Unk. The guy has value, is a veteran presence, and he's playing well. He's a great asset and not a blanking liability. Keep him right here, right now. That's the best move. From an unnamed texter, Doug, if you're struggling to trade Tobias, just look at his recent playoff numbers. Regular season, he's good. Postseason, he struggles. I'm willing to let him go to improve a championship push. He took a huge hit in his reputation for what happened a couple of years ago in Philly, where he had a bad postseason. Last year, for Detroit, his points per game went up in the postseason. I believe his shooting percentage went up in the postseason. I stayed about the same. But Yeah, he was fine in Detroit last year. In Philly, his reputation got damaged a little bit. But Tobias was a huge reason we beat the Celtics too. He just shows up in big games. Mike in Rochester writes in, getting Michael Porter Jr. for Tobias Harris, I would feel like trading Adrian Dantley for Mark McGuire. He writes, Mark McGuire to win for a championship run. Not a day goes by where somebody doesn't mention Rasheed Wallace and Mark McGuire.
Well, I mean, those were moves on championship teams at the deadline, right? So,
Stampat Pistons, they are rolling. He's a great mid-range shooter. 248-539-9797. Daryl's in Detroit. And next, what's up, Daryl?
How you guys doing? Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Daryl.
Okay, I'm the guy that always calls in. I was going at Kane the last time when he said that to buy little or nothing. Okay, here's the thing. People keep talking about J90 like he's a liability. Here it is. He's averaging 17 minutes a game, 8.5 points. He's shooting 46%, 38% from three, and he's shooting 78 from the line. So the guy is provide. He's just not playing a lot. Now, we all do remember when Detroit made a trade and they traded Iverson and got rid of Billups. Remember that, right?
Yeah.
And what happened? The rest is history. We went straight down and stayed down until these Pistons brought us back up. So sometimes when you make that one trade, it can mess up your whole franchise. Allen Iverson came off a year where he was third in the league scoring 27 a game. So it should have been a great fit, Detroit. And what happened? Joe Dumars told that guy to stay home because it was so damn horrible. So we got a good thing going here. Well, Detroit's problem is this. It's just like the Lions and the Tigers. They got too good, too quick, and Detroit fans just mad. I mean, it's only been less than 2 years ago, they was in the middle of a 26-game losing streak. Here it is. They done went to the playoffs already and got the best record in the league. Just let it be. This team will get you there. But Detroit just won't. They always got to keep nitpicking. Well, this person was out. That person was out. Just let these guys do their job, and they'll bring the championship home.
Daryl, I love your passion. Yeah. I absolutely love your passion, and feel free to call anytime.
It was on its way downhill before. It was on its way downhill, and then it would just kind of leveled off, wasn't much, and then years later they traded for Blake Griffin. And they got a little spark, and then it was back then. Let's go to Marcus in Detroit. You're next. Hello, Marcus.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, that guy had a lot of passion before me.
Yeah, I like it. I like him a lot.
Absolutely. So I just want to just come into these two topics really quick. So with Tobias Harris, I think that he does things in the locker room. If you look at statistically his career, right, he's been a solid guy. 17, 18 type points. Sometimes that's all that you need, right? He's not a single-digit 6-point guy, 2 rebound guys. He does the little things. That little turnaround jumper, awesome. So it's the veteran leadership. I see him sometimes on the sideline, right? He's out, he's talking to the guys. He's talking to the young guys. And next thing you know, you see him, that bench is amazing. We don't know what Tobias Harris is telling those young guys when they come in. But guess what? It's working. And they're in first place in the East. Secondly, really quick, with the Michigan game. I see people talking about Michigan, they're not as dominant. Even with last night's game, you have two guys that hit 9 3-pointers, right? How often is that going to happen? I think they're like 9 for like 36 or something. Just two guys. I think one hit 5 and the other hit 4. But if Michigan's going to come against a team like that, where it's going to have one guy, eventually what happens is you go into halftime, those guys cool off. And that's what happened with Michigan. Now we're just playing.
Well, there's certainly some thoughts as to why they cooled off that we'll get to next hour. But yeah, I mean, college basketball in one and done, you know what is a factor
buzzsaws. Some days, some teams can't be beat. And that's why predicting success in the postseason is hard. And it's really, really difficult. And a lot of dominant teams don't get it done because they run into that buzzsaw.
I totally agree with you on that. So right now, the way Michigan is kind of standing right now, I think they're fine. You know, even with Wisconsin, they just ran into a guy who hit freaking 6 3-pointers or something like that in a row, right? You're not going to run into too many guys that's going to kind of do that. I think Michigan State, and I'm a Michigan guy. I like Michigan State, what they did last night. They just gutted it out. It's going to be a great game on Friday.
Michigan State, Israel said it afterwards. They didn't play their best game. But sometimes you have to find a way to win on nights where you're not playing your best, and that is a sign of a good team. I don't quote Rich Rodriguez much, but Rich Rodriguez had a great line, and that is, I want to be so good that we win even when we don't play.
Well, that was Michigan State last night. You know, they just threw it all together at the last couple minutes of regulation, got it to overtime, and then dominated the overtime. They knocked down a mess load of free throws. And Jeremy Fear is turning into one of the best point guards in the country. He's been outstanding this season.
248-539-9797. Yeah, more talk about the Wolverines and Spartans coming up at 11:02. Brian in Detroit is next. Hello, Brian.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today?
We're good. How are you, Brian?
Oh, I'm doing pretty. I've got a little jump in my step today.
There you go. Why is that? Why is that? Wait. Why is that, Brian? What's going on in Brian's world?
Hey, I took a 5 out of the energy drink this morning, Doug. I'm on the road.
All right.
Hey, listen, fellas, the Pistons can make to the championship. They not beating Denver. The best player in the world didn't play yesterday. They're not beating Denver in a series. They're not beating OKC in a series. They need to make a move. They're playing hard. They're the best in the East. But once you make it to the championship, the goal is not just to make it to the championship, because people think if they make it to the championship, their future is bright. That's what we thought about the Lions in the NFC championship game. You don't know if you're going to make it back. This is your year to make it, especially with the injuries in the East. Because you're not beating those two teams constructed as you are now. It's a feel-good story, but you're not winning the championship with these group of guys right now. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably right. I think, but the question you have to ask yourself is, while there are no guarantees, they do have a young core, and is skipping a step and trying to add a piece now going to hurt them long term?
See, the problem with that, Doug, is Tatum's coming back.
It doesn't come without risks itself.
Yeah. So they got to, while we had a chance, and I love the Pistons, we have to take advantage of it and go get somebody. Because this might be their year. You never know. But they're not beating.
And Brian, I think the thing that I can fall and seriously fall a victim to is watching Piston teams of the past do it stage by stage. Right, the bad boys, they go into work. They did it stage by stage. They built up to a championship. And I'm sitting there going, "Hey, so what if they go to the finals and lose? It's part of the next step. Like they're just naturally going to go win the title the next year just because those other Piston teams did."
You guys know what I know. Once the playoffs start, man, we double team and Cade. Whoever it is, every team will double team him.
It's definitely a different animal when you get to the postseason. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, This deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178 or visit spectrum.com/freeforever to learn more.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden on January 31st, live only on DAZN. Timo, the reigning champ and Brooklyn's king of 140. It's going down. Takes on Shakur, the pound-for-pound undefeated prince from Newark. I'm coming to win. The ring and WBO Junior Welterweight Championships are on the line. Don't miss Timo Lopez versus Shakur Stevenson. The Ring 6, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Home service pros like you show up, get jobs done, and put in the long days. But this is the year you get more. More money, more recognition, and more balance. This is the year of the blue-collar champion. Start your free trial today at jobber.com.
With Instacart, last minute doesn't have to mean unprepared. So when Susan and Tony and Jenna all decide they're coming to your party after all, you don't even break a sweat. You just download the Instacart app and add all the snacks in just a few taps. That way you can shop now and get your game day essentials delivered in a flat 30 minutes. It's that display you've always got up your sleeve or in your pocket. So take groceries off your to-do list and get back to the group chat. Get game day deals through Instacart.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Early birds always rise to the occasion for summer vacation planning because early gets you closer to the action. So don't be late. Book your next vacation early on Vrbo and save over $530 on week-long stays. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. Odyssey Sports Station. Sports headlines from the Planet Fitness Studio. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Red Wings and defenseman Ben Sherratt have agreed to a new 3-year deal today. The team says the contract's average annual value is worth $3.85 million. That brings the total to about $11.5 million on the deal. Sherratt has been in Detroit since signing with the Wings in 2022. The 13-year NHL vet has totaled 181 points in his career. 63 of those have come in the winged wheel uniform. The Wings take the ice again tomorrow at home against the Washington Capitals. That game starts at 7:30. And the big news of the day in the NFL, the Browns have their next head coach. Cleveland is hiring former Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken to be their next bench boss. That means the New York Giants are now in search of an offensive coordinator, as Monken was believed to be joining John Harbaugh in New York from Baltimore, unless, of course, he got a head coaching job. It also means there's only 2 head coaching vacancies left in the National Football League. Those are of the Las Vegas Raiders and the Arizona Cardinals. And Vegas is taking favor to the Detroit Pistons. BetOnline today has the Pistons as the new top team in the Eastern Conference to win the conference as far as odds go at plus 350. Detroit's 34-11 this year. They've won 6 of their last 7 and 9 of 11. They're on the road to take on the Phoenix Suns tomorrow in Arizona. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Chabot. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson Studio, Karsh and Anderson on 97.1.
Go ahead, ask me.
I'm off the hook. I'm off the hook as Georgia offensive coordinator and quarterback coach, formerly Todd Monken, college guy, gets an NFL job. Why ever relieved?
He's the Eastern Michigan offensive coordinator back in the day. And also, most recently, the offensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, we're counting that?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
But hey,
go ahead.
Lincoln Riley to Vegas is probably going to. I expect it to be announced by 11:30.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right, Schwartz didn't get the job.
No, he didn't.
So what am I supposed to ask you? Are you okay with that? Is that what I'm supposed to ask you?
No, I thought you would ask, should the Lions go after Jim Schwartz to be the defensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions? My answer would be yes, they should. However, I've got this funny feeling that Schwartz will stay to be the defensive coordinator in Cleveland and work with Todd Monken.
Yeah.
That's my sneaking suspicion. However, if Schwartz becomes a free agent, if they're going to move on from the Schwartz,
yep.
I mean, my feelings aside, would you inquire?
I might, yeah. I mean, because at this point, look, I trust Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell to do what's in the best interest of the organization. I've said this all the time. I'm sorry if I'm repeat. They're not in the business of keeping Calvin Shepard employed. They're in the business of winning football games. So if you can improve upon Calvin Shepard, do it. I don't care who it is. And if they think they can get Jim Schwartz and Schwartz is an upgrade, take him.
Maybe just hire him to a high-level defensive coaching spot like they do with Kafka as the offensive side. Undefined.
I don't want to ruin your dreams or anything, Gator, but there's got to be 0% chance he comes back to the Lions after what happened. Like Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell would have to sweet talk him and convince him, and I do think he's a better choice as defense coordinator than Shepard, but it's the Lions, and what happened here with him as the head coach, I don't think he ever wants to come back here. They lifted him on the player's shoulders when they beat the Lions when he was with the Bills, I think it was.
Hey, time heals many wounds.
It does. It's been a while. It's been a minute. You know.
As a person who's very spiteful, Gator, people don't forget.
That's a good point.
It's true.
Most spiteful guy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But also, you just made the list. Facts. I wonder where his head is at, though. I mean, he probably thought he was going to get the Cleveland job, had a really good chance of getting it, doesn't get it. How many more opportunities is he going to get to be a head coach somewhere? If he stays there and is successful again as a defensive coordinator for Cleveland, I suppose he gets invited in the next cycle of head coaching interviews. But you hang another year on a guy, Doug, and it's harder to get there. And at some point, people just accept that they are really good at being a coordinator, and that's fine.
Okay, yeah.
And if that's the case, would he come back to Detroit? Probably. No, I agree with that. Probably is. It's my own pipe dream.
All right, we said we get to some college basketball stuff, and we've had a couple of texts and a call about Michigan and about when you run into a team that shoots like that. Nebraska shoots like that. Let's start with that. There are going to be teams that you play that can light you up from the perimeter, and there's no question. We talked about it yesterday. How Nebraska was the best 3-point shooting team in the Big Ten. We warned you about the Sanford kid who's got an incredible quick trigger. The offense that Nebraska runs, you cannot turn your back on somebody. You can't, because they're constantly moving. They free themselves up for open threes. They get good looks. And if you turn your back, your guy's going to get loose. Jamarcus Lawrence had 18 points and it hit 7 3-pointers before the second TV timeout. 18 points. Didn't hit 7. But I think it was all on 3-pointers before the 18 points on 6 3-pointers before the second TV timeout, which is insane. Here's where Michigan caught a bit of a break, and they deserve all the credit in the world for winning this game. But we mentioned yesterday that Frager was potentially going to miss the game with an ankle. And then when Mast came down with the flu, that cut into Nebraska's rotation. Nebraska scored 50 points in the first half. I think they had 10 threes in the first half. They scored 22 points in the second half. Nebraska's starting 5, okay? 40 minutes. The maximum you can play is 40 minutes a game. So if the whole starting 5 played the entire game, it would be 40 minutes a player, 200 minutes. The starting 5 played 177 minutes. Michigan caught a bit of a break. Nebraska was shorthanded, and I think they ran out of gas. Wolverines deserve credit. I don't want to take it away from them. But that is a bit of a break. Now, they came out, they made some big plays down the stretch. The refs let them play. Boy, did they let them play throughout that game. And Nebraska took a 70-65 lead with 5:52 to go. Almost 6 minutes left. And Nebraska scored 2 points the rest of the way. And, you could see it. Like, you could see the Michigan defensive effort at the end of that game. But there's work to be done, right? I mean, they have, when they were trailing 50-48 at half, I was like, well, at least they got their offense going, because lately they haven't quite been in sync offensively as much. And at least they got their offense going. It kind of went away in the second half. But Nebraska's a well-coached team. So is Michigan. And it was a hell of a game. And Michigan now 19-1, and they set up the showdown on Friday night in East Lansing. But you don't apologize for any wins. They did catch a bit of a break in terms of when they got Nebraska on the schedule. But, yeah, look, you got a ton to prove still. It's a long season.
Yeah, and it's college basketball, so you can put this in a rearview mirror quickly, because it doesn't matter until you get into March and what happens in the second, third, fourth week of March.
Yep.
And it's the same thing with Michigan State. Look, it was a nail biter last night for them. They struggled in the first half mightily to score. They trailed by 9. The second half, they outscored Rutgers by 9, and then you go to overtime and they outscored Rutgers again by 9, winning by 9. Lots of 9s in that game, but they relied heavily on the leadership from Jeremy Fears in the second half. He came alive in the second half and the overtime. Ends up with 29 points and 9 assists. He's been dishing them out like a madman. Player of the week last week. He had the 17-17 game, which, if I'm not mistaken, no Spartan had ever done. He's been great for this team. But last night, again, they didn't have the best. They weren't shooting it great from beyond the arc. They missed opportunities. They turned the ball over way too much, which has always been the Achilles heel of Michigan State, is they turn the ball over too much. And typically that kind of coincides with bad free throw shooting. That wasn't the case last night. They only missed 2 free throws out of 26. They shot the free throws very well, and Jeremy Fears was 16 of 17 leading the way with that. But that was, I think it was a bit of a wake-up call. Like, hey, well, you can't just float through these games. You got to win. I mean, I know that Rutgers is not the most formidable foe, but Rutgers was winning that game up until the last seconds of that game.
I think what happened last night is Jeremy Fears and Jackson Kohler each picked up 2 fouls. Rutgers took advantage. Then they got confident. They carried it over in the second half, but they left the door open just a crack, and Michigan State took advantage of this. Don't ask me how I know this, okay? But Jeremy Fears had 2 points at the half. The over-under on Jeremy Fears' points scored was 13.5. He went over with like 3 minutes to go. 13.5. He went over with 3 minutes to go. He finished with 29. Think about that.
Kept going to the free throw line. And if you watch that game, I wonder if you had the same feeling about Tariq Francis that I did.
Which is?
The player who came off the bench from Rutgers ended up scoring 23 points. The next unethical scorer heading to the National Basketball Association.
Yeah, interesting. It's funny. Named it postgame, Tom Izzo loves himself from Steve Peichel, the head coach at Rutgers. I mean, he was telling Rutgers players, don't leave that program. You're going to be well coached there. Don't leave that program.
Well, he had a conversation with him after the game when they shook hands. He was there for a while.
He loves it. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Fritz, you're on 97.1. Hello, Fritz.
Hi, guys. Gator, Doug, thanks.
Sure.
Michigan fan. And I'm a simpleton when it comes to college basketball. I think to win that championship, you need 3 things. You need to be able to shoot your free throws. You need to be able to limit your turnovers. And most importantly, you need superior guard play. I don't see any one of those being a strength at Michigan. And that's what scares me.
Well, it's interesting. I thought they shot their free throws last night. What did they end up? 19 of 23. That's pretty good. But it's a one-off. Definitely free throw shooting is something they need to be cognizant of. I thought something that's really interesting with Michigan's rotation is LJ Kason and Roddy Gale had 11 and 12 minutes respectively. And, it feels like they're starting to give Trey McKinney more of an opportunity. And maybe that's in response to that. Look, Roddy has had some huge games for them and some great contributions in the past. It feels like he's going through a bit of a rough patch here. but they have a number of guards. It's just finding the right one to put on the floor at the right time.
I am encouraged by McKinney. I think he's improving game by game. And the one thing about that kid is he is absolutely fearless.
Yep. I mean, he hit the go-ahead bucket last night late, which gave Michigan their first lead since 3-2. I think they got to figure out Roddy Gale. I just looked it up, and I wasn't wrong. These are his last 4-game point total. 3, 5, and 2. Fair. He brings a lot more to the table than just his ability to put the ball in the basket. He made a huge impact in I think it was the Wisconsin game defensively, even though they lost that game. I thought he was a major, major factor in that game being close because of what he brought to the table defensively. But yeah, I think they're still trying to figure out the backcourt a little bit. And turnovers were a massive problem last night. So, hey, thanks, Fritz. 248-539-9797. They're not 19-1 though by mistake. Like they've earned it, and now we've got 19-1 versus 19-2 on Friday night. Tony Paul tweeted this out. I'll give him credit. This is the highest ranking ever in a matchup between these two schools.
Really?
Yep.
I'm surprised by it.
Number 3 and number 7. Adding up to 10 is the lowest combined. If you add them together, that makes sense.
Yeah, because we probably had other matchups where they were both top 10 in the country, but the number would be higher. I'm surprised by that. I would have thought that maybe some of those, the two teams of Chris Webber, they match up well at that point. Or some of the B-line teams.
Yeah, well, again, I haven't done all the research. I'm trusting Tony Paul on this one. So,
did he say it was for all the chutney too, or
he did not?
He left that for you?
No, it's because it's not for all the chutney. Yeah, here's what he wrote: the combined AP rankings of 10, Michigan 3, Michigan State 7, will be the best in the history of the men's basketball rivalry when the teams meet Friday night. The previous best was 2013 when Michigan was 4 and Michigan State was 8.
That would be 12.
You're getting better, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
97.1.
Hey, looking for a brand new Chevy with a payment that actually fits your budget? Head on over to Sarah Chevrolet at Southfield, where the deals are rolling in right now. You can get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Equinox EV LT for just $199 a month and only $999 down. You want even more options? You know you do. The 2026 Equinox LT or the 2026 Trax LT can be yours for just $249 a month, and again, with just $999 down. That's cutting-edge technology, bold design, and Chevy dependability, all at payments that make sense. So don't wait. Inventory is moving fast. Visit Sarah Chevrolet at Southfield at 696 and Telegraph today, or online at sarahchevrolet.com, and see why so many drivers are choosing Sarah. Together, let's drive.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road so you've seen it all. As long as it all happens directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with the My Lowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th, so you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store Lowe's.com for details.
Early birds always rise to the occasion for summer vacation planning because early gets you closer to the action. So don't be late. Book your next vacation early on Vrbo and save over $530 on week-long stays. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
As the home service pro, you always show up on time. So why wait to get paid? You're nailing every job. Why not ask for 5-star reviews? You do the early mornings and the long days. Why should you do the late nights too? This is the year you get more of what you deserve.
more money, more recognition, and more balance. This is the year of the blue collar champion. Make this your year. Start your free trial today at Jobber.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contract for
Thought about living in the great state of Maine after military service? Maine has great schools, low crime, lots of outdoor space, and no tax on military pensions. Maine also has an abundance of employers looking to hire military talent. Boots to Roots is a nonprofit that assists active duty military, veterans, and military spouses find meaningful work and put down roots in Maine. If you have 6 to 18 months before transition and you want to find out more about living and working in Maine, visit boots2roots.org. That's boots, the number 2, roots.org.
Great. My phone is freaking out again. Why are you still dealing with that phone? I could never trade it in. Only half the screen works. You know, you could go to T-Mobile and get a Samsung one then, and they'll even take that phone. Even though it's like really broken? Yeah, it's any condition. Come on, it's time for an upgrade. Get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus on us when you trade in your old phone. Yes, even that one. Only T-Mobile. And outside the market in front of the sunny It's host of Washington Capitals. Waiting tomorrow at 7:15 on 97.1. Let's get it.
You know, our guy, caller, in the Fritz brought up something that we would love to ask the audience regarding Michigan and Michigan State, and that is, what would you like to see your team shore up to make a legitimate Final Four run? Michigan right now is the second favorite, according to Bet Online. They win the Natty. I think it's standing plus 470. Arizona's plus 400. Michigan State is plus 3,500, which seems a little bit a good value if you want to jump on board the Spartans. But what do you want to see your team shore up? He hit on some things, and I think they're still trying to figure out the backcourt rotation in Ann Arbor. I think that would be the one thing. I was surprised a little bit. I'm looking up here. The second half minutes for Michigan's other guards. Roddy Gale played 3 minutes. LJ Cason played 5 minutes. Elliot Cadeau has been really good, or not quite as much. Turnovers have been an issue, but he's definitely improved his stroke. And when he's on, I think they're probably playing their best. You got to figure out the Case and Gale. But for Michigan State, what do you think the number one thing you'd like to see shore up for the Final Four?
Taking care of the basket. It's always about turnovers with Michigan State. They don't turn the ball over, they win their game. There's no question about it. They've got great guard play, which one says gets you through the tournament. They also have inside presence. Kohler and Carson Cooper, and Jackson Kohler and Carson Cooper, both inside guys, can get the job done there. You've got a wing like Cohen Carr that is really developing into a nice player this year. He's knocked down some outside shots.
He hit a big
huge three last night. And you know what a force he is once he's got the ball in his hand and he starts to move. Katie barred the door, get out of the way. And they're a very talented basketball. But if they don't think, if they're loose with the basketball, that's going to stick with them. So take care.
248-539-9797. Wolverine and Spartan fans love to hear from you. And Piston talk going on, whether or not Tobias, I don't know if anybody would say he's untouchable, but is he playing himself into a spot where to move him, you're going to have to blow the doors off of Trajan Langdon. Is that where you are right now? Feedback coming in regarding the Red Wings, because we opened with how their name is surfacing, and almost everybody who reports about trades says the Red Wings could be involved here. Will writes in, if Nate Danielson were any good, he would be on the Red Wings. this team desperately needs a third center, and them keeping him down speaks volumes. Look, I'm not a huge Nate Danielson fan. I'd love for him to prove me wrong if he stayed here, but he's the one guy that they traded.
I don't think there's anybody for the prospects that they traded that might be like, well, you can't do that. I don't think they're untouchables there. Particularly knowing that if you're going to trade one of those players or a couple of those players, you're getting somebody in return. Somebody serious in return. I like the move they did today by extending Ben Sherratt for another 3 years. And that's a good, reasonable contract. Ben Sherratt's been a real nice defensive for them this year. And is very steady on the blue line. But yeah, they should very much so explore adding significant players to this roster before the trade deadline, and they shouldn't be afraid of parting with the Nate Danielson or Michael Branson or one of the goaltenders for that.
Next text. After that performance last night by the Red Wings and them going to lose 2 of the next 3, it would just prove to Eisenman that they are not close yet. Okay, so the next 3 are Washington and then back-to-backs with Edmonton. The best team in hockey. The back-to-back thing is going to be reminiscent of the Ottawa back-to-backs, which happened right before the trade deadline a few years ago, and the Red Wings got swept. And everybody thought that sweep convinced Eisenman they weren't close, and he didn't have.
Well, Edmonton.
I'm sorry, they got Colorado. What I say? Did I say Edmonton? Okay. It's Colorado. They play back-to-back. Colorado's last 2. My apologies. Wrong name. Colorado's the best team in hockey. Colorado's the best team in hockey. They play them in back-to-backs. Will that serve as the Ottawa series was a couple of years ago? Obviously, this texter thinks so. I'm always intrigued that people look. Not really. I don't white flag anything. Why do you give up on this team? You think they're going to get swept by Colorado?
Well, let's say they do. Okay, let's say that things go south and they lose the next 3 games. With that, say, well, we're not going to do anything, or that say we've got to improve here. We've got to do something to make this team better and more competitive. If you're going to hold up Colorado as the standard, because Colorado's best team in hockey right now, like we do with the Pistons and Oklahoma City, who we're not going to see come back to the trade deadline. You want to see how they can test their mettle against some of the better teams in hockey, because the Red Wings are one of the better teams in hockey. Okay, then if you fall short, what do you have to do to get to that level? And I don't think it's, letting our guys develop another year in the minors. I think it's let's get aggressive, make some moves, get some NHL players in here that makes sense.
Feedback, my biggest takeaway last night is Cade Cunningham is becoming a superstar. When the Pistons need points, he provides. Also, the Pistons are a real NBA championship contender. Yeah, I feel a lot better if Denver were healthy and they won that game in Denver. And Cade's been convincing people he's a superstar all season long. He had a big bucket down the stretch. He had a couple of big buckets to fend off when defending was needed, when Denver cut it to, 4 or 6. Cut it to 6 a lot. Felt like the Pistons always responded. Cade went from being 30-1 MVP to now he's 12-1 to be the league MVP. So the world's waking up.
Duncan Robinson was 0-3. So how often is that going to happen?
Feedback here. I watched every game last night. My big takeaway is Michigan State, when they are off, they're one of the worst teams I've ever watched play basketball. No business winning their game. Now I have no faith in even being close against a team down the road on Friday.
Don't get caught up in one game.
Izzo said something after the game that was really good. He said, I hope the best team won, but tonight it didn't. He loved that much. He loves Michael, and he couldn't say enough good things about him. But he also said, look, I've had championship teams that have won. Where you don't play well, you still got to find a way to win. Again, this person white fighting and you fighting.
I think anybody that's going to put too much stock into one game in January, whether it's the NBA, college basketball, the NHL, need to be
Gator is elite. 248-539-9797. Straight ahead, what everybody's yelling and screaming about. There's 2 things. And we will get to that at 11:31 on 97.1.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you because you know you. You know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
As a home service pro, you always show up on time. So why wait to get paid? You're nailing every job. Why not ask for 5-star reviews? You do the early mornings and the long days. Why should you do the late nights too? This is the year you get more of what you deserve. More money, more recognition, and more balance. This is the year of the blue collar champion. Make this your year. Start your free trial today at dropper.com.
Doesn't clean it well. 80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergent. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
College stuff. He's been fired. Yeah, it's great. The Detroit Pistons play the Phoenix Suns. Pre-game tomorrow night at 8:35 on News Radio 950 WWJ.
Do you want to start with what everybody's yelling and screaming about, or also what everybody's yelling and screaming about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. NIL for high school athletes has been approved in the state of Michigan. So, social media endorsements, promotions, personal appearances, autograph signing. High school athletes can be paid. Are you ready to yell and scream? Are you feeling like you need to yell and scream?
With the high school kids getting a possible NIL, I don't really yell and scream, but I will say that I don't like this. I don't like where it's going. I don't at all.
I'm intrigued. Why not? Why?
These are children, and I think when you get into the world of, we're already, I think the world of travel sports is already bad enough in some levels with parents behavior and behavior it creates from the kids that play in those leagues. I think you're going to transfer that, and you're not going to have kids actually getting paid. I think not going to be paid $1 million. That's not the thing. And they seem to think that people are putting it out there. Oh, maybe the mom and pop store down the street is going to sponsor to give them money. I think it's going to create a lot of problems behaviorally with the kid, and I don't think it's good.
It's funny. I talked to a business owner once about this who had gone into an NIL deal, and he said it was a terrible, That doesn't mean it is for everybody. That doesn't mean people aren't going to try and curry favor with who they think is the next best thing, and then, I won't get the return on the investment now, but maybe I will later. Parent behavior, is this going to make parent behavior potentially worse? I suppose it could, because I've seen some pretty ridiculous things. But if they feel like their kid now is playing for money to improve their endorsement deal, I have no problem with people making money if somebody's willing to pay them. There's a call for, because right now I think one of the big loopholes, I feel like once the college kids, once that glass ceiling was broken, I don't even care anymore like who else gets paid. All right, fine. But I also find that I am getting into a very strange place in sports. And that is, I don't want to hear any of this crap. I just want to watch it. Because if I start getting into this, I don't want to stop enjoying watching sports. And I'm especially shut down my tank of give a crap when because Saturdays remind me games come, and I'm like, yes, I can't. Like they're awesome. I haven't once enjoyed a game less in a very authentic way. I've never once said, or it's not what he's getting paid for or anything like that. Never enters my mind. But that, I don't know if that's a willful choice. It doesn't feel like a willful choice. But I'm like tuning most of this out because in reality, I think this will apply to so few people and so few high school athletes that it really isn't going to.
I think we said the exact same thing 4 years ago, making the NIL for college. It's going to apply to so few kids, it's not going to matter, and that's not where it's at. And I think in your case, you can try to shut it out with the NIL stuff, but NIL goes hand in hand, at least in college, with transfer portal. And that you can't escape. No, and that is something that's part of your every Saturday broadcast has to be, that's included. Because I can guarantee 100% of the games you've done in the last couple of years that this phrase is uttered. The transfer from blank.
Yeah.
Because it's part of the game. And that is associated with NIL, even though your brain is shutting that part off to it. They do go hand in hand.
Transfers don't bother me. I wish they signed contracts. I wish scholarships, I wish the norm was to sign scholarship contracts, binding contracts. I think in sports, all contracts should be binding.
Well, I think we're starting to see there'll be a shift to that.
Coach and otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, with what happened with the kid from Duke who's transferring, Mensa, the quarterback is transferring now to Miami. He had to work out a settlement with Duke in order to facilitate from that happen. But getting to the high school level, I just think this is crazy.
There is the point you brought up, because this morning I don't care. I can't bring myself to care. The point you brought up about care is one that I hadn't thought of, and I think it's very valid, because I have seen unbelievable parent behavior. Having been around kids' sports for pretty much the last 2 decades, it sometimes blows my mind when I hear people say, what I see them do, the hostility that this can bring out in parents. No. Here's my question. It feels as though, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody who's probably well steeped in this, there's already a growing divide between public schools and private schools in terms of the private school's ability to recruit athletes away from public schools, creating a gap between talent in private schools and public schools. It's just going to create a larger gap. As the private schools have more money behind them and create a larger gap.
Quite possible.
I might be wrong on this. Workshopping an idea.
It's been a problem since I was a kid.
Is it worse now than it's ever been? I don't know. Maybe somebody's been in it longer.
It has to be worse. There's more schools of choice and that whole thing. There's way more of that movement that goes on. But it went on when I was a kid, for sure.
248-539-9797. So that's one thing everybody's yelling and screaming about. The other is Bill Belichick not getting into the Hall of Fame. I'm gonna play the role here, because you know how I feel about individual awards and things like Hall of Fame. I don't really care that much, and I don't know why I don't care. I think Bill Belichick is a victim of being rude to people who don't,
which is ridiculous. Yeah. I do care about Halls of Fame. I like the integrity of a Hall of Fame. I'd like to keep the integrity of Halls of Fame. I was happy that baseball only allowed 2 players to get into the Hall this year from this current list of players they had. They didn't just expand it. Oh, we're going to loosen what their guidelines are from year to year. It seems to change. So when Bill Belichick comes along and he's eligible for a Hall of Fame, he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer. You just ask yourself, you start shaking your head. What? Really? Because you didn't like him as a person? Because you thought he was prickly, or you didn't like that they had the videotaping scandal and all that? You thought he usurped some of the rules? You can't ignore what a success he was. What, 6 Super Bowl championships? The record was amazing. Phenomenal coach, who left his legacy and left his mark. And you're going to say, yeah, he's not a Hall of Famer. I mean, that makes you as the writer, media person, whoever, all writers, as the media person who's got to vote for the Hall of Fame, you're a little too pressed to start putting your own stamp on this and saying, well, this is how it is. Your own morality.
I guess
this has always been a problem.
I guess one of the things that I think this is all really not that important is because I think he is going to clearly end up in it anyway. So what difference? Well, but here's the thing. Fair enough. I mean, that is entirely possible. I would expect him to get in because he deserves to be in. And if he's not in as a first ballot Hall of Famer, my question is, what are you doing? Why? Why do you not vote? But then as I'm asking this, I'm also realizing that's what they want. They want you to ask. And that's what that's what the voters who voted against it, they want you to know, why didn't you vote? Because it's so ridiculous that Bill Belichick would not be in first ballot Hall of Fame. What the hell happened? That's the obvious question. But you know how I am. I'm not going to give you the option to tell me why you did it. But if you had to believe my own reason, then I'm going to point it right back at you and say, you're the precious. You're the one that's making a stand for something stupid. And you look cool. And I don't need to hear what your explanation. Because Bill Belichick is without a doubt. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Let's go to Stacy in Commerce here on 97.1. Hello, Stacy.
Great show. Go Blue. Hey, Bill Belichick, the reason he is not in and the reason he should be in is his girlfriend. He should be in just for getting her. Like that's a classic move right there. But the reason he's not in, they're all jealous of that. I mean, he is funny. I know that.
It's funny.
It is what it is. It is funny.
Look, the guy is. I remember somebody told me they think they only got votes for the Hall of Fame because they were nice to me. And I think he was rude. Grunt answers back. Not everybody votes this. The other thing, though, is any Hall of Fame that has a limit on how many people can get in each year, arbitrarily set, maximum of 8, feels to me like that's also a weird criteria. It already brings into question whether it's.
I think most of them do.
Do they?
But it's enough to have that.
Whether they do or they don't, I'm not.
What if 5 first ballot Hall of Famers retire the same year, but you're only allowed to let in 3? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And then the voting process is dumb too. They can't just vote for everyone they think is the Hall of Fame and they only vote for a certain amount. The whole process is flawed. And I think my prediction is they change it.
248-539-9797. Feel free. This is the forum and the time to yell and scream about high school NIL or Belichick not getting into the Hall at his first team. 97.
Are you kicking off the new year by trying to save some money and save some money? Maybe take some old salaries this time of the year to avoid any issues you have with your plumbing? Of course you're not. That's stupid. Do what I did. Make sure your plumbing is up to snuff and that you're going to have a nice warm house. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating and Cooling. Don't let the frozen pipe or a broken furnace derail your New Year's goals before January is even over. Their local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so that you can focus on starting the new year warm and stress-free. So whether it's your furnace, or your water heater, your boiler or water filtration system, get the strange noises coming from your house. Schedule your appointment online at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. At BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating and Cooling, Metro Detroit, Fort Worth experts.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Rising coverage recommended by state law.
Hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Sunflower and Speed. Driftwood and Dry. Sea Tides and Comforts. With the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction markets. It's not you against the house. If you're participating in a live market, you can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden on January 31st. Live only on this own. Teofimo, the reigning champ, is Brooklyn's King of 140. It's going down. Takes on Shakur, the pound-for-pound undefeated prince from Newark. I'm coming away. The ring and WBO Junior Welterweight Championships are on the line. Don't miss Teofimo Lopez versus Shakur Stevenson. The ring 6, January 31st. Watch only on the Zone.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What brings you to Walgreens today, Mr. Evans?
Well, I'm hosting a little spades game tonight. And you know when I get it going, I put my whole arm into slapping that car down on the table. So I need something for my joints. Gotta keep this arm loose.
Okay, gotta watch out for you. Joint support I'll buy.
Make the most of your Medicare Advantage OTC benefits. Just ask your Walgreens pharmacist about eligible items like joint support.
Wind it up and get you like,
A fuller life deserves fuller care. Walgreens.
Attention, all consumers with $10,000 or more in credit card debt. National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options now available that may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. National Debt Relief's award-winning team has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, visit nationaldebtrelief.com. That's nationaldebtrelief.com.
97 won the ticket. Would like to remind you that when you choose the ticket, standard text messaging rates apply.
Scott Anderson, 97.1 on the lines, 248-529-9797. Feedback, comments coming in. Regarding the NIL, Tara writes in, Doug admitting he's taking his head in the sand approach. Sort of, yep. From Mike in a truck, some schools can't afford to pay for supply. Now they're paying players, it's just not right. Teach them to love the game. Now it's all about the money. So, the schools and the school districts, I assume, won't be paying players, but will be private businesses. Should private businesses be giving money to the schools to support supplies? Well, that would probably have a greater impact on today's youth than paying one high school player. But that's telling somebody how to spend their money, and as much as it's true, you just can't do that. Kyle and Fenton, is there going to be a youth sports betting app now that students are getting NIL? I know it sounds crazy, but is it? So I can bet on Little Caesars versus Honey Baked? can bet on family, AAU basketball. I can bet on Hawks versus Jags, like soccer.
Regular high school.
Yeah, that's what it's.
Oh yeah, it was mentioned. That's one about something 5 years. Sure.
Depends on the sport.
Right in the house.
What about the elementary schools?
Get them on the yard.
Who's your big rivalry right now? Winding back. Well, Newport. Newport's gone. Isn't there a real concern about the connection between NIL, social media use, and kids? We know social media is bad for kids. Let's motivate them to be on social media more and fight views and likes from other kids for money. So should child actors not get paid?
It's a totally different thing than an actual profession. You're playing basically playing like baseball, you know?
Yeah,
playing
but-
Little League as opposed to going and auditioning for a part.
I mean, can you make a case that you're auditioning for a part on your high school?
I think it's applicable.
We have a 46th date to do this. If we don't, we're behind. We will lose kids. When I turned 16 and got my first job, the money went to me. I paid and filed taxes. What you do when you file as a minor is you have to check the box that says someone else can claim it. It's not hard, and kids have been doing it for a long time. The money is just coming from somewhere.
Well, I think the problem for me is like a parent of very young children right now, that when they're playing sports, they do it for the love of playing sports. And now you're introducing money at a very early age when it just corrupts everything. That the purity of sports is already cooked as it is. And we just keep going down this rabbit hole. And I hate that person. Like, if you get a job like that texter says, you're getting a job because you're trying to make money. When you play sports growing up as a kid, you're just trying to have competition and have fun. And now you want money.
248-539-9797. Dean and Shelby. Hello, Dean.
Well, I think it's Dan, actually, fellas.
Sorry.
Okay.
My bad.
That's all right. Dean works. So, I wanted to preface this by saying I'm an old high school football coach. It's not that important, other than when I heard about the NIL for high school kids, it piqued my interest quickly. I was like, what the heck are they up to? So I went out on the MHFAA website and read their release on what they're doing. And I just want to add, there's no affiliation with the schools whatsoever. Schools, if they are affiliated, can get punished severely. So I'm not quite sure how it's going to work, other than a kid can get paid for a speaking engagement by, let's say, Tubby's submarine, but it can't be affiliated with the school in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, so now my concern is that there's already more money supporting private schools, and it's not the schools, but it'll be the supporters of private schools will be able to recruit even more because they can direct the money to the kids.
Well, kids may get more money out of this, and the recruiting in private schools has been going on forever. We know this, but I don't see how it's going to really add to the problem, because it's really on a totally individual basis. I mean, you may have a booster from some prominent Catholic school that says, "Hey, come to my school and I'll pay you back." Well, that's fine, but in the end, that kid's got to go and make speaking engagements and stuff like that just for that gentleman. Can't be affiliated with the school. So I'm not quite sure how. It's not going to be as lucrative as we all fear it's going to be, and I'm not so sure it's going to be as big as a problem as it's being portrayed.
I'm not sure either. I mean, I think we're thinking a lot of worst case scenarios, but I don't trust Gator's point about parents. I do not trust them.
Well, parents are great right now.
What do you mean?
I think so. They're already unhinged when it comes to sports.
Yep.
And their kids. Yep. Now you're going to throw money in the mix. Hey, how come my kid isn't getting paid? That kid's not worth the money.
Eating one recently. Way to go, Ryan. Put the Liam up there.
Yeah, good job, Jackson. Can't remember the last time. 100 bags. Michael, you're on 97.1. Hi, Michael.
How we doing, guys? All right, Michael. So I worked a little bit in high school states, was looking through everything that kind of went on yesterday with everything like this. What this is going to affect is really going to be the select few. First off, if you're a person or a business associated with a school, you can't contribute to any person what they're calling a PBA, personal brand awareness for what Michigan's doing. So you're going to have those private schools that are going to maybe find ways, but for the majority of it, it's going to affect just a handful of kids on an annual basis. Obviously, more in the more prominent sports, but the lesser prominent sports, you're not going to see this affecting too much of a change. It's going to allow the kids that before they can have camps and do things and profit on that way. Now they can be on with social media and things, but for the most part, it's not going to be that big of an adjustment. And kind of like it was brought up a while ago, we're like the 46th state. Everyone else is already on this. We're not getting onto it. Ohio, Indiana are still two that haven't done it yet. But in terms of the NIL side of things, what DJ was calling it, it's not going to be a big thing that's going to impact too many kids off of that for a long time. Falling in line because 45 other states or 46 other states already have it doesn't make it right. I would argue that the reason that college capitulated so easily on this is because they just didn't want to litigate. So I think they're still saying, which who knows how, and they're still saying who knows how they're going to do that, but that makes sense they have to approve everything the PGA do like goes through. And I love that. I have a sneaking suspicion this is going to look really ugly too. You think? Yeah, I do, because I think college didn't take long for it to look ugly in college. It's going to look ugly in high school. People thinking it's only going to affect a few people. Let's wait and see. I hope that's it. I hope that it's very minimal. I hope it's literally, some kid got paid $200 to sit in the shop and make submarine sandwiches to earn some money just for an appearance fee. I really hope that's all it is. But it's going to be tough.
Everything can be abused. And it's just something else introduced that can be abused. What happened to the for love of the sport, developing a competitive spirit in an individual? We've lost the youth of America.
No, we're kicking that down the line now. That's just for elementary school and middle school.
Give me the under on the Bumblebees versus the Watermelon Sharks. That's from Scott.
All right, well, if I see a brown paper bag, I don't know what's in it.
Yeah, you got any inside info?
You say it will affect so few kids, but that's short-sighted. It affects every single kid, the potential super teams they will compete against. Guys who went to Catholic Central, we've been doing this for a long time. We've helped good athletes get into school and get tuition. We help Brother Rice is doing the same thing. And get tuition help, period. Sorry, there's no period there. We help good athletes get into school and get tuition help. Brother Rice has done the same thing as well as all the other private schools. So maybe now the kids will go to public schools and get a little cash for their athletic ability. 2, this is a good thing. So period. 248-539-9797. All right. Well, it is approved. NIL for MHSAA. I think the one thing is there are 46 other states that have done this, or 45. We're the 46th. And I don't hear people screaming about the crumbling of those states' high school athletics, but I do worry about the haves and have-nots becoming greater. And I, quite frankly, wish high school sports were left alone. One of the last bastions of community, but it's all putting into travel sports that played out in our schools. 248-539-9797, 97.1.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you, because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
You know what they say. Early bird gets the ultimate vacation home. Book early and save over $530 on a week-long stay with Verbo. Because early gets you closer to the action. Whether it's waves lapping at the shore or snoozing in a hammock that overlooks, well, whatever you want it to. So you can all enjoy the payoff come summer with Verbo's early booking deals. Rise and shine. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden on January 31st, live only on DAZN. Teofimo, the reigning champ and Brooklyn's king of 140, is going down. Takes on Shakur, the pound-for-pound undefeated prince from Newark. I'm coming away. The ring and WBO Junior Welterweight Championships are on the line. Don't miss Teofimo Lopez versus Shakur Stevenson. The Ring 6, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN. Everyone offers free phones. We do too. But at T-Mobile, you can unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out. What do you think, Drewski?
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing?
Nah, it's easy. I get all the VIP perks. Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
Stay chiller, just switch.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/bettervalue.
You know what they say. Early bird gets the ultimate vacation home. Book early and save over $530 on a week-long stay with Verbo. Because early gets you closer to the action. Whether it's waves lapping at the shore or snoozing in a hammock that overlooks, well, whatever you want it to. So you can all enjoy the payoff come summer with Verbo's early booking deals. Rise and shine. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
When you buy LG, you get so much more than just an appliance. You get more done, more cost savings, more peace of mind, and more control because LG appliances are designed to do more. Like washers and dryers with AI tech to take out the guesswork, refrigerators that fit in tight spaces and keep food fresher longer, or ranges with precise induction cooking and easy cleanup built in, all with the style you want and reliability you can count on, so you can get more from your home every day. LG Appliances, so much more. Make life easier with LG. See the latest models and savings now at LG.com.
WXYZ FM and WXYZ HD1 Detroit. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sports headlines from the Planet Fitness Studio. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Red Wings defenseman Ben Sherratt inked a new deal with the franchise today. The team extended Sherratt with a 3-year, $11.5 million deal. Detroit hits the ice at home tomorrow against the Washington Capitals at 7:30. The oddsmakers at BetOnline say the Pistons have the best chance to win the Eastern Conference, giving Detroit plus 350 odds today. That's the best among all teams in the Eastern Conference, including the Milwaukee Bucks, who Shams Charania says today are shopping Giannis Antetokounmpo. Shams posted on X that Milwaukee is listening to trade offers for Giannis as the star center is, quote, ready for a new home. Shams says Giannis could be moved before the February 5th NBA trade deadline or the offseason. Some speculators have mentioned the Pistons as possible suitors for Giannis in the near future. The Pistons will take to the floor tomorrow against the Suns in Phoenix. That's a 9 o'clock Eastern tip time. In the NFL today, the Cleveland Browns have their next head coach in 59-year-old Todd Monken. He previously worked under John Harbaugh in Baltimore as the OC. He also spent a number of seasons here in Michigan as an offensive assistant and eventual coordinator at Eastern Michigan. With Monken separating from Harbaugh, who was, of course, hired to lead the New York Giants this year, that leaves a vacancy at offensive coordinator for the G-Men. The Cardinals and Raiders are also still yet to hire a head coach. Another NFL drama today, Bill Belichick is not a first-ballot Hall of Famer. The legendary head coach won 6 Super Bowls with the Patriots, more than any coach in NFL history. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Card and Scott the Gator Anderson on 97.1.
Scott Anderson. as you just heard. Thanks, update kid. Coming up today at 12:30, predictions for the top 50 NFL free agents. Predictions on where they'll end up. Who, if anyone, is predicted to come to our Detroit Lions. We will get to that list coming up today at 12:30. 248-539-9797. Wow, lots to talk about today with Michigan and Michigan State winning last night. Checking the notes here, they play Friday, one another. You've got the Pistons going on the road and winning at Denver, a game that they led, I swear they led between 6 and 11 points the entire second half, but right at the very end when they somehow unconscionably fouled Jamal Murray, taking a game-tying three-pointer twice, where he could have tied it with 3 free throws, and both times an 87% free throw shooter, 88% free throw shooter missed one.
Who had the foul?
One time it was Javonte Green, and
on the end was Javonte.
I don't know who. Kang, do you remember who the first foul? Who fouled Jamal Murray the first time?
I feel like it might have been Green as well.
What did they both? I'll have to look it up. Obviously,
yeah, I think it was Green as well. I don't know, man. They were terrible.
So part of I would imagine the instructions in those situations is don't foul a 3-point shooter. And Javonte, we think, did it twice. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah,
it was Javonte Green both times.
Dude, I mean, I know he didn't foul him, but like the second time as a coach, you're like, what the? Don't even get close to it.
Like, you don't want to. It's clear you don't want to take a shot, but it's like, I mean, hey, don't let him get off a good shot. But good God, don't foul him.
Well, he didn't foul him. He didn't foul him, but you don't want to even come close.
And they had no timeouts, so they couldn't
even challenge it.
But
I mean, it's not.
Look, in the end, the guy missed the free throw.
The guy did miss the free throw, but Javonte Green went up Marty LaPointe. Remember when Marty LaPointe kept getting the penalties against the Kings and they blew a 4-1 lead?
Yes.
Like Javonte Green couldn't stop fouling 3-point shooters. Now, did he miss them both? Yeah, he missed. Well, he didn't make all 3 on either occasion.
That was a good pull.
Was it?
Yeah. Thank you. That awful series against the Wings played the Kings last night. So full circle. That's what you just did.
Anyway, Pistons got the win, and it was another great game for Tobias Harris. Tobias, 22 points on 10 of 15 shooting. He had 8 rebounds, 3 assists. It was his 1,000th game. And we asked people at the beginning of the show, has Tobias changed your mind? Are you in the don't trade him camp? And now nobody would say Tobias Harris is untouchable, but it would now have to be an unbelievable deal. Like, none of the proposed deals that we've seen so far are worth it for Michael. He being the contract that matches up with Michael Porter Jr. or Trey Murphy. Lauri Markkanen, like, none of those. You'd keep Tobias. Anybody shifted into that space, and he just keeps playing well. Now, we're 1-2 for 10 away from, I think, people saying, you got to trade him. It's so easy to be a prisoner of the moment, but it's fun watching Unk and all those 12-foot turnaround jump shots. Now, the mid-range game has been emphasized less and less in this league for a while here, and that seems to be his forte. But if you trade him, you might be getting a skill set that makes more sense. You assume I'm going to get a shooter back, and people think this team needs to add another shooter. But you're losing something as far as chemistry in that locker room and leadership, and the intangibles that this team. I think we can look at this roster and say they're getting more out of it than they should. And maybe not, but they're clearly squeezing a ton out of this roster, and they feel like they're at the very least maximizing what they're bringing to the table. And that is it really worth messing with that to change the dynamic, to trade in a Tobias for a 3-point shooter? It's worthy of discussion. 248-539-9797. Pistons beat a depleted Denver team. BetOnline now has elevated the Pistons to the favorite to win the East. That has happened.
Look, I would expect that
a character of a player that plays a role, how they are going to fit does play a role. It's not just simply looking at a stat line and saying, well, this guy scores 22 points a game. Let's bring him out of this team. I mean, all that stuff does matter because the chemistry on this team has been great. And if you're going to disrupt that, then the guy you bring in, it better be someone that is compatible with the team and not just, like, for instance, I'm not sure if LeBron James would fit on this team.
I think they'd find a way to fit him in.
I mean, maybe, but is he too much of a distraction, the type of player he is and all that?
Well, they're not built around, I mean, our superstar seems pretty humble.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm trying to say is if there's some guy out there that's bombastic and like is somebody that is not a fit, but they're a great player, but they're not a fit, do they even think of making that move? It's kind of like the Lions and their decisions when it comes to the trade deadline. We talk about it all the time. Are they a fit? Because that's what they care about, fit more than maybe any other team in the league. Are the Pistons of that mind too? And there's nothing wrong with that. Look, they built a winning team. They're 34-11 right now, for crying out loud. I mean, this is an excellent basketball team. We're talking about adding in the next 8 or 9 days here before the deadline to see if they can put them over the top where they can compete, not just win the East, but compete for an NBA championship.
Michigan State beats Rutgers in overtime, 88-79 to improve to 19-2. Not a great start for the Spartans. Fears and Kohler got 2 fouls early. They were down 9 at the half. Here was the stat of the game at the half. Of the Spartans' 10 first-half turnovers, Rutgers had turned them into 17 points. They had 17 points. Spartans had turned Rutgers' turnovers into 0 points. But coming down the stretch, Cohen Carr hit a big 3. Rutgers had a chance to put MSU away at the line. They left the door open. And Devine hit that 3 to tie it on a great pass from Jeremy Fears. And overtime, it was all MSU. And after the game, Izzo said, well, first of all, he couldn't praise Steve Peichel, head coach at Rutgers, enough. He loves himself some Steve Peichel. I think that showed in their postgame handshake. Told the kids at Rutgers, don't leave that school. Jeremy Fears, who had 2 at the half, finished with 29 and was excellent late in that game and in overtime, including the one he made that extra Diacono pass.
That he did.
Yep. He needed to be the hero.
Going trying
99.
Surprised you're punting on his last name.
Yeah, I'm not. Michigan beats Nebraska 75-72 to improve to 19-1. I mean, look, Nebraska earlier in that game lights out, and it's a credit to them. The way they play their game, you cannot turn your back on them. You cannot turn your back. Constant movement. They got a bunch of open threes, and they were draining them. They had a short bench last night. Their starters played 177 of 200 minutes. They scored 50 in the first half, 22 in the second half. They took a 70-65 lead to Nebraska with 5:53 to go. They scored 1 basket the rest of the way, 2 points the rest of the way. And Nebraska ran out of steam. Michigan, I thought they cranked up their defense when they basically got slapped in the face early by what Nebraska was doing. And I'm intrigued what's going on in the Michigan backcourt. The rotation, are we seeing Trey McKinney getting more opportunity? And, because I think they're at their best. And they got LJ Kaysen and they got Roddy Gale operating and helping this team out. And they haven't, specifically Roddy, I feel like Roddy's in a bit of a funk. They need to get him going again. And he's definitely worth it. The Pistons, we mentioned their win. The Red Wings lose to the Kings. Fast start, man. Larkin's line was buzzing early and back-to-back penalties. Kings took a 1-0 lead. They got a power play midway through the third. And I thought Forsberg was really good. Their defense in front of them was really good. They had many chances, but finally broke through on that Sider pass to DeBrincat. But everybody's talking about the Red Wings in trades. Everybody's talking about the Red Wings in trades. And it feels like this is the year Steve Yzerman gives it some gas. We had one person call or send a text saying, you won't want to give it gas after this weekend because they're going to lose 2 of their next 3. They got Washington and then back-to-back games against Colorado. We have seen the back-to-back thing get the Red Wings in the past with that Ottawa series right before the trade deadline. So it would be nice to see them do well against Colorado this weekend.
That'd be great. But I think either way, you can make the argument it gives you the impetus to make the move.
If they win 2 out of the next 3 games, great. Okay, but we can find ways to improve this team. We want to make sure we're this good. Or if you lose 2 out of the 3 or get swept, then you say, we've got obvious holes in this team. Let's fix that because we're a really good hockey team. But we're not on par with Colorado. How do we get better?
Hey, there's a ton there to digest. You're up next, 248-539-9797. What stood out to you last night? What do you have to get off your chest today? 12:30, we talk some Lions for the first time today on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. When insurance companies deny or delay, they aren't respecting you. Sam Bernstein, they demand that respect, and they get the results to prove it. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Every home service job means another piece of paper. Quotes, invoices, checks, it piles up fast. With Jobber, everything is in one place, and businesses grow by an average of 44% in their first year. Less paper, more profit. Jobber.com.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178 or visit spectrum.com/free-forever to learn more.
2 global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden on January 31st, live only on DAZN. Ifailure, the reigning champ in Brooklyn's team of 140, is going down. Takes on Shakur, the pound-for-pound undefeated prince from Newark. I'm coming away. The ring and WBO Junior Welterweight Championships are on the line. Don't miss Teofimo Lopez versus Shakur Stevenson. The Ring 6, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
If I would have kept making only the minimum payments on my credit card, my debt would have taken me 47 years to pay off.
These are real National Debt Relief customers.
I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt by myself.
Credit card, medical, or personal loan debt? National Debt Relief negotiates with your creditors to reduce what you owe.
National Debt Relief got me out of debt.
You could be debt-free in as little as 24 to 48 months. Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to learn more and get started. nationaldebtrelief.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
97.1 The Ticket's big game coverage is presented by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
Coach Scott Anderson, 97.1, open lines 248-539-9797. Okay. So lots on the table with 4 teams in action last night. It was kind of a fun night. Unfortunately, the Red Wings are the only team that didn't come through. But what was your number one takeaway? What really struck you last night watching the Pistons, the Red Wings, Michigan, and Michigan State? In the meantime, a lot of feedback coming in. And boy, the Tobias thing certainly got people talking. From another unnamed texter, the way they are, we'll need it. Well, I feel like Ivy still has more to give. And it is a lack of a move could be a bit of an investment in Ivy. Weird thing is Ivy's going into a free agent year. And, they still have the decision to make about whether or not they want to keep him around. He's had some good shooting nights of late. So hopefully he can keep it up. Ron Holland had a sequence last night that was just so awesome. If you missed it, he hits a three. Then he gets a steal on the inbounds pass. Feeds Ivy, who missed a three. He gets the rebound and a putback. Ron Holland. So he hits a three, steals the inbounds pass, makes a pass to a wide open teammate who misses the three. Holland gets the rebound, puts it back up and in. I'm like, that's an awesome sequence for a guy who is, amongst other things, a big thing of what he brings to the table is that hustle and that hard work. After that, I thought he got a little heat checky and started shooting from everywhere.
That can happen.
But yeah, he airballed a three after that.
But that sequence was awesome.
That sequence is awesome. He's a hustle guy. He plays hard, tough-nosed defense. He doesn't back down for anybody. That bucket he got was because of hustle. He'll steal the ball, do all that stuff. But as a shooter, he's like 25% from three. And he's a legit 25% three-point shooter. Like, you don't know what's going to happen when he chucks it up there.
So it's interesting that the caller included Holland in that observation. If Holland keeps shooting the way they are, they don't need another shooter.
I would say if Ivy, half of that text is correct.
Yes, I would agree. By the way, kudos to the Pistons. When they had a 1-point lead late, with like 28 seconds to go, they ran an inbounds play with Duncan Robinson throwing it into Cade. They immediately double-teamed Cade, and Duncan went straight to the basket for an uncontested dunk. And it was like a perfectly executed play that I don't know if that's how they designed it. But I love when that stuff works, when a coach coming out of a timeout
draw something up,
and it couldn't go any better.
Well, we had a previous caller say that when they get to the playoffs, Cade's going to get double teamed a ton, and I agree with that. I think that's been one of the things that Cade's had to work on in his game is being able to deal with a double team, being able to handle a basketball better. It reduces his number of turnovers. So it's nice when you see an instance like that at a time where it matters. Yeah, we got this. It's easily solved. Boom. Done.
More feedback here. I can see why you'd like Harris because he actually seems like a good player you'd want to acquire at the deadline. But also, if you can upgrade, you absolutely do it. Remember, his playoff track record is not great at all. Has a reputation for disappearing in big spots. As a Sixer fan, he did it in Philly. He didn't do it last year in Detroit. He didn't disappear last year in Detroit. Now, is there always more to give? Are things tougher in the playoffs? Yeah. Yeah, rough going. But I know what Sixer fans will say. Love the buys what he brings, but if he is the piece that has to be moved, so be it. Come playoffs, we need perimeter shooting to take double teams off of Cade. The free throw shooting down the stretch. Without those two, especially the latter, we can't win a championship. Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. Let me make that clear. We've kind of set the table for this debate. I would take my chances and make a trade. These guys are professionals. And part of being a professional is you show up and you try to win, and you don't get your feelings hurt if the buys gets you don't go in the tank.
Right.
Cade is, if somebody else needs to take the reins to be this team's leader, if you will, if that's what they're going to miss in Tobias, I think Cade can do it. But at the end of the day, I think Cade's destined to be that anyway.
Well, the reason that Tobias is so prominent in trade talks is because of his contract. I wonder if there's a way that they could make a trade that doesn't include Tobias, but still includes the team.
Yeah, they can't. Well, that's a move that we talked about. It's a Dennis Schroeder move. It's a Dennis Schroeder level move.
Is there something that's a little bit bigger than Dennis Schroeder level move that can still be done because Pistons do have cap space they can take on?
248-539-9797. Regarding NIL now being approved for high school athletes, Larry and Vassar writes, I'm a high school football coach here in the Thumb. We already have kids leaving their local teams due to school of choice because they want to either win more or feel like they have a better chance of being seen. This has had a major effect on smaller division sports. Adding NIL to the equation now will be the nail in the coffin for smaller schools. Well, I think that already in being out of it now for a year, not having a kid playing at the MHSA level, it strikes me that there already is a need for some requalifications in private versus public. You know, we do it by school size, but should we also do it by resources? Because the private versus public gap seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Ability to recruit has been going on for a long time. I'm disappointed because school of choice is, and I see it everywhere. Kids, well, that school's known for its girls soccer, or the sport's known for its baseball, or that sport's known for its basketball. So kids,
my high school is known for its swimming. You
end up choosing to go to those schools, which you have every right to do. I just wish it didn't happen at the high school level. I think that's what travel sports is. You think your kid's good enough? Well, let's draw the line and keep high school sports about community. But that's I'm not helping the cause. I just wish it was the way it was. Because high school was always, it was our neighborhood versus your neighborhood. Kids that grew up on your block, that your friends hung out with. I'm not mad at anybody for taking advantage of it. I need to be clear on it. Travel sports, check that box. 248-539-9797.
And travel sports also kind of effectively killed Little.
It's made it harder on the recreation level, yeah. Now, to be fair, travel sports are no longer, hey, you didn't make the team, we don't have a spot for you. Very much. That's not true of everybody, but there are plenty of places for kids to go play now. So if you're not an elite player, you'll find a team. Well, I know. Well, you remember what it was when we grew up, right? It was basically all-star teams for travel sports. Your town had maybe not exclusively, but when I grew up, there was like one travel soccer team. Everybody tried out, and they kept their 18 kids they wanted to, and everybody else played rec sports. Now, everybody can find a job.
Because they're taking advantage of parents' money.
Oh, they just got different levels. Or in those second, third, fourth, whatever team you have, play other programs second, third, fourth, not all. The son of a high school football, baseball, wrestling coach, I wasn't playing to have fun. That's from Doug in Rochester. 248-539-9797. Joe is next on 97.1. Hello, Joe.
Hey, good morning, guys, or good afternoon.
What's up?
I was just calling because I feel like all of the kids nowadays are basically in travel, and nobody plays high school anything outside of football. It's to the point where, you're forced to only play one sport.
What sport? Because the only I don't think that nobody plays high school sports.
Well, all the best hockey players are going to play travel hockey.
That's
all the best, all the best soccer, all the best lacrosse. I mean, it's basically outside of football.
All the baseball, basketball, they're still playing.
Baseball's bad too.
I don't know that we had one year-round kid in baseball that I can think of that wasn't playing for them.
What up, Wop?
Definitely. And if he wants to bring calories and any chance at a promotion, he says, good for you, Logan. Check and see if you could pay with Progressive. You freak yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Global superstar in their prime. We're off at East Square Plaza on Video Facebook Live. In the one and only.
What sport was created like marketing? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction market. It's not you against the house. If you're participating in a live market, you can buy or sell your positions all day long. That would do the game. Now you can actually take part.
Hey,
Hey.
I'm outside.
Hey.
So,
I can say okay.
how's work going?
I'm feeling. I'm all over. Of
It's good though, right?
course.
Sure, I've been busy.
Nope. What's going on?
Oh, Jesus. I got my first match. 50 bucks. People pay items 61 units. It's going 9 miles. Get down, Keto Pay. Knock this out. If I can make the Sam's truck, I will, but if not, oh, Jesus.
엄마, 우리 레몬 하나 있고 예. 네. 아니, 쿠키나 저기. 아빠 쿠키 골라주라고. You know how hilarious it was when it was again? Oh, like sure. That's like that's so much fun. One top bottle of Coke.
Probably had anything good.
We're done. Oh, okay.
I'm in line, sir. I'm in line. He's after me.
I don't like that.
Be doing your 11 o'clock walk.
Thank you.
Asher. See you in a few. Yeah.
Family does things. My family. I'm not a fan of this hire at all. Okay, don't get me wrong. Point of order, center, yes. Every one of the hires wants to. This one's not. This one's not. Because they continue to just want to be old school with still learn what we know. This is not going to work. Aaron Rodgers is probably going to return. That's going to suck. No, Aaron Rodgers is probably not the long-term plan, David. And you look like McCarthy. So when you hire a coach, he's there for at least 15 years. He doesn't have 15 more years. Okay, I think we covered this efficiently, David. Otherwise, let's go over to the Browns. Take a look at this. They have made their final decision for the head coach has hired Todd Monken as their head coach. But with that decision, they informed the sport that he was not going to be the head coach. He began shaking people's hands and telling people bye-bye. That he was serious. That he was not hired. He was out of there. Yeah, I think honestly, and I know it ended terribly here,
But plenty of guys have gotten a second chance and have done well. I thought that after they had been turned down by about 100 people, at one point I thought Kenny had interviewed for the job. How do you land on the next time he's in a canasta tournament?
There it is.
This is it. This is the retirement package.
Yes.
The Browns just bribed you to put a bullet in your head in 18 months.
Who's your quarterback?
Yes. Don't know. That guy. All of them? All of them. Figure it out. Spin the wheel. One's going to the Pro Bowl. Also, terrible look for the Browns. Outside of Schwartz,
Yeah.
you interviewed 800 people. You come up with Todd Monken? Guys, this is why there's a Rooney Rule.
No.
I mean, my God, you couldn't find somebody. Hell, hire Raheem Morris. Now, here's where it gets funnier. After doing all of that, but hey, sports, you know we love you and want you back here to be the DC. No hard feelings, right? Well, let me tell you how that went. F you.
And what I don't understand is usually franchises go to their best player and get kind of some input here. You don't think that this upsets Myles Garrett?
Mm-hmm.
Myles Garrett, that's a DC that he loves.
What's it matter? Miles was stupid enough to sign that deal. Where you going? It ain't like you're in a contract year and we actually listen to, hey, Miles is upset. Don't care. Couldn't be happier with my new deal.
All right, let's move over to the AFC East because Joe Brady was named the head coach in Buffalo. I want to know your thoughts on that. And I see something funny online saying that they should hire Sean McDermott as their DC.
No, I love it. You had to go to an offensive coach. It's all about Josh Allen. You know he rubber stamped the deal. And this is the next chapter in Bills football. It was the former GM, now president, he's saying, and you're going to let me say the final say? Sure, you're the head coach. Okay, there you go. Josh Allen likes you, so let's go in. I don't think it's a great move, David, but hey, they're the Bills. But and Brady, unlike other coaches, you have to win the Super Bowl. You just can't say, well, we made the playoffs. We've always done that.
Well, let's stay in the AFC East because, well, I think there's a dead man walking in New York. And his name is Aaron Glenn, who finally, after weeks, fired his offensive coordinator, Tanner Ekstrand. But the thing is, it's not even just that. It's he fired more than half of his staff under him. And report says they reached out to John Gruden to see if he was interested in joining them to be an OC, and he said, no, thank you. Dead man walking. I think this goes to, we've often said it, and Mike, you said a lot. It's a different animal in New York. He's feeling the pressure, and he cracked. And I don't see him lasting another year. He may be the first coach gone mid-season.
It's a shame, but that's why taking a job in a place like Detroit, Dan Campbell wouldn't have survived in New York. You know, he was able to have the time here, even starting 1-6 in year 2. And then he started winning a few games. You go, okay, this thing's on the rails. Yeah, it's a big problem. I'm worried about him.
So let's see what happens with the next 2 opening shops. Arizona Cardinals have no idea what they do there. And the Raiders are probably waiting on
Clint Kubiak.
Yeah, Kubiak.
The Cardinals, nobody wants the job because they're the Browns plus sunshine. Terrible ownership, terrible franchise. Do you realize the Arizona Cardinals have a lower winning percentage than the St. Louis Cardinals? That's how bad it is. No quarterback. Well, that's just it. Like, who's going to be your quarterback? Yeah. But at least you do have the sunshine. But yeah, for the Raiders, I think you already know who your guy is because you got the number 1 pick coming in. Yeah, and Kubiak, offensive genius. There is the Tom Brady allure, and you get Mendoza. So yeah, it makes a little of the year. Maybe. I'm just mad at Monken. What a dope. Could have been the Giants OC. Now you're going to go to the Browns and get fired.
Hey, then he goes off into the sunset.
I need an offensive coordinator. To hell with his Roth IRA. Damn it. You got John Harbaugh, man. You asking for too much. I know. Maybe we'll hire Charlie Weiss Jr. Screw over Lane Kiffin. Jackson Dart's old OC. Apparently he went back and said, no, I'm sticking with Lane. I don't know why. Bribe him? You got Malik Neighbors. He's coming back. He's in a wheelchair. He'll be back. Okay. Sure. That is it football today.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road so you see it all. As long as it all happens directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know what they say. Early bird gets the ultimate vacation home. Book early and save over $530 on a week-long stay with Vrbo. Because early gets you closer to the action. Whether it's waves lapping at the shore or snoozing in a hammock that overlooks, well, whatever you want it to. So you can all enjoy the payoff come summer with Vrbo's early booking deals. Rise and shine. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Attention, all consumers with $10,000 or more in credit card debt. National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options now available that may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. National Debt Relief's award-winning team has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, visit nationaldebtrelief.com. That's nationaldebtrelief.com.
Neighboring problems on the Southfield M39 at 8 Mile Road. Only the left lane is open with police on scene. Northbound M39 at Grand River. Left shoulder, left lane are blocked across that stretch. Police are on scene there. I'm Val Berry with traffic.
Do you want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/free forever to learn more.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SHAC.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Text the ticket now. Ticket text 248-539-9797. WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sports headlines from the Planet Fitness Studio. This is 97.1.
The Red Wings have extended defenseman Ben Sherratt 3 more years, a contract worth over $11 million. Sherratt has played in all 54 games this season and carries a +1 rating. John Heyman reported the Tigers are one of several teams still interested in acquiring a starter this offseason. Tigers beat writer Cody Stevenhagen spoke about the possibility Detroit reunites with Justin Verlander.
But I just think the argument for it, the case for it, actually makes more sense than it has any time since Verlander has left Detroit. And we saw what happened to that team in the second half. Maybe they could use a little edge. Maybe they could use someone who's a little bit of a star.
That via the Tiger Territory podcast, the NBA's last 2-minute report says both Javonte Green fouls at the end of the Pistons-Nuggets game were correct. The judge that gave former Motor City Cruise player and current Alabama student-athlete Charles Bediako a restraining order against the NCAA has been recused. Roberts is an Alabama donor. This, according to Tom Pelissero of NFL Network, quote, after the Browns informed defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz this morning they were passing him over to hire Todd Monken as head coach. Schwartz was visibly upset, said goodbyes in the building, and told other coaches he's not coming back. And according to the Athletic Super Bowl champion QB Eli Manning, has been left off the Hall of Fame ballot this year. At the Cornwall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson Studio, The Valenti Show with Rico on 97.1.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Appreciate everybody. If you want to get into little college hoops, we just got done with that. Turn our attention back to the Pistons. Win in Denver last night against Coffee Black and Jackie Moon and whoever else the Nuggets were throwing out there because everybody was hurt. The point is, there's a big bit of NBA news today, and I want to be clear. No one was yelling about it. No one is, they must. No, there's no like YouTube thumbnail. The move the Pistons must make. No, none of that. But it's a question.
That's entertaining.
It's a question, though. Today, the Milwaukee Bucks have put the for sale sign out in front of Giannis's house. And, of course, I don't think he's going to be wanting to play in Detroit. I still think it'll be a Miami, New York kind of thing. But we wanted to ask the question because it's a gauge in where you're at with your team. And understand, this is all a compliment to where the Pistons are. Respect. You earn your way into these conversations. You can't be the Charlotte Hornets and talk about making a trade.
Right.
So we asked the question, knowing it's probably very unlikely. Should the Pistons at least check in? You make the call, you get the pricing, you find out if the player would even consider. And I think we all agree, yes. But what's interesting is not only earlier in our show, but then earlier in the day at 97.1, a lot of Piston fans didn't want to trade anyway. In fact, there was a weird rallying cry around Tobias Harris. We can't trade him. We love Uncle T. It's like, you people are clueless. This is an aging vet on an expiring deal that is the centerpiece of talent acquisition. He's not going to be back. And he's garbage in the playoffs. The free agency crop, even if people were willing to come to Detroit, is absolute ass this summer. So, once again, talent acquisition, trade, right here. Now, the honest thing, Rico has a deal he's crafted. My point is, whether it's Giannis, MPJ, Larry Markin, Trey Murphy, any of these names you hear, are we all in agreement? The Pistons, whatever move they make, you're adding someone to your core. You're not doing a rental. You're going to add someone who's going to add to Cade's game, add to this franchise's upside to eventually pursue an NBA championship. Now it's us versus the fans who say, no, we're just going to keep doing this. And it's a conversation because if you say no, I need to understand reasons why. Like earlier, we had a caller just trying to lie about something. It drove me nuts. Oh, see what happened when Cleveland made a big trade. It's like, no, Cleveland had injuries. That's why they lost in the 5-game set against the Pacers. Like, Donovan Mitchell was dead. Garland was dead. Like,
You don't get to make things up. So, Rico, we could present that, whether it's Giannis or otherwise. Isn't it time? Because if not now, when? Answer the question of when if you're going to say no to a trade. Tell me when, because you're the same people who yelled at this man to my left, and he's our trade acquisition. Really? He's in a Sarah McLachlan ad. For 10 cents a day, you can save this combo guard. He plays 15 minutes a night.
If not now, then you're not ready to take advantage of what I see as an open East.
This is the AL Central.
Right. That, you know what? Just take advantage of it, because the beauty of winning the East is you only have to play one team out of the West if you make it to the NBA Finals. You don't have to go through that gauntlet like whoever wins does. You're going through a lot of teams who have injuries and are just okay. Giannis would put you over the top. And this is one where you just make the phone call. And if they call, if they answer and say, no, we need all of this stuff, you know what? Just checking to see. Okay, thank you. But you may call. And it was like earlier in the show when we did the whole trade thing, and we found out, okay, we're not that far off. You give here, I'll give here. We can make this deal work. So, yeah, I put out Tobias Harris. Well, for the Antetokounmpo boys, because
you have to take his brother Thanasis, because that's basically they're inseparable, and he'll be sad and pouty if you don't get him here.
So for those two, Tobias Harris, Karis LeVert, I changed Jaden Ivey, Ron Holland, 2 first-rounders, and a first-round swap.
Yes, that's in line with what it would be. And if you're Milwaukee, you have something to show your fans. If you're Detroit, I don't care about the first-round picks. I'm planning to go on a 3-4 year run here. It'll be really, really good. And I'm sorry, Jaden Ivey doesn't play a big role. And Ron Holland or Asor, whoever they prefer, let's just be very honest about them. We like these young players. Their timeline of when if they would ever be good enough, when they could be championship good, years away. And I love the Ron Holland pick because of the upside. But this team got a lot better, a lot faster. I can't wait 2 more.
And here's the thing. If you're a Pistons fan and you're like, but we don't want to give away the future. You're sitting at number 1 in the East right now. So let's just extrapolate that out and say you make it to the NBA Finals. Something that's going to happen 3 years from now is not going to help you win this year. This would help you win this year. It's going to sacrifice the future. But if you win this thing, you don't care. And you're going to have him, if he's not a rental player, he'll be here for a while. You could build upon that.
And look, and I've been very open about it. Like, that's why I like Lowry Marketing. You will have him for 4 more years. His prime, providing a skill set that will never age for what Cade needs. Spacing, shooting. And he does it from the stretch 4 as a 7-foot-tall player. Like, I'm willing to give that up because my question, I'll say it again, if you're just driving home, and it's not smarmy. If not now, when? What is this magical day far away where you're willing to do it? And I think we're going to have those conversations with the Red Wings where, look, I hate to break it to you, but I have major doubts John Gibson will continue to be Jean-Sebastien Giguère for the last. He's basically stood on his head the last 2 months. Do I really believe he's going to keep doing that? Probably not, which means, hey, let's get better. Let's add around this. This is a good core. Teams played really well. So if not now, when? Because if you wait until what? I'm finals good, you might be waiting forever. So the Giannis thing is just a kind of a window into the conversation. No, I have no belief that Giannis would come here. But would I make the call? Sure. Why not?
And let's say, you know what? But you never know, because he can look at this and like, wait, I like that Cade guy. Okay, I want to play with Cade. He's pretty good.
Yeah. Now, the one knock, well, there's 2 knocks. Injuries because of the calf strains. He's had a couple of these. But also, he doesn't fix the big issue, which is shooting. No. And you need spacing. Now, is he a great isolation player? Is he a dominator? Is he a guy I can give the ball to?
He can play a 2-man game.
Amen. And that's how you win playoff series. That's how you close teams out. Mm-hmm. Not with Malik Beasley throwing YOLO balls into row 18.
Okay. Hold on to it.
Hey, your barber, damn it. 248-539-9797. David, your take? I mean, if not now, when? And do you at least call to get hung up on with Giannis?
Yeah, you do have to call about Giannis. I don't want Giannis. I don't. I've been someone that wants Michael Porter Jr. For the reasons that he does shoot from three. Now it's 40% right now this year. But I do think he can stretch it a little bit on the court there. And I do think that while you mentioned just a second ago the Lauri Markkanen, I prefer Michael Porter Jr. over him because I've seen him do it in the playoffs. I've also seen him be in the NBA Finals. Sure. While he wasn't the leader for that team in Denver, he has that experience, and I believe that experience could help this team with Cade in the playoffs this year. But yeah, you have to make the phone call on Giannis. You absolutely have to.
Yeah, David, I just want to be clear, Rico, that's my bad. Just to be clear on something.
Yep.
Look, the 3-point percentage is one of the great misnomers.
For sure.
It is 3-point attempts. The percentage has to correlate to how many attempts are you taking.
Yep.
You know how many Giannis attempts a game? But one.
Yeah.
So, like Lauri Markkanen is shooting 37% on 9 threes a game.
Giannis is always a good prop bet.
He is. He's a good prop. I just want to be clear for people because I hear that a lot. It's like, okay, but what is the volume of?
The only reason why, and maybe this is just a me thing, that I've never been big on Michael Porter Jr., David, is I always go back to when he came into the league, the back end. And just
being concerned about that. I get that.
Will that ever flare back up, and will it ever take him out of the game? Because that was pretty, I mean, he dropped because of that. He was going to be the best player and all of that.
And while I understand that, you would only have him for a couple years. The rest of this year,
but let's be clear, the cost of business is way cheaper.
Oh, for sure. Oh, yes. But people talking about injuries, like, he had a bad back.
But there's also the possibility in people, you could trade for a player that has never been injured, and then he can get injured. Things happen.
David, I think what happens is nobody wants to get rid of their sacred pieces here in Detroit because they are our guys and we love them, and the chemistry and the grit and all of that stuff. And what happens when you lose this person? They're like, what has this person done? And I always ask, well, you think that person will be the finals MVP? Well, no, then you can get rid of him.
Yeah, by the way, Porter Jr., David, this is what you're looking for. 39% from deep on 9.5 threes a game.
And he's increased that being in a different role there in Brooklyn.
Yeah. Now, the problem is at empty calories.
It's
one thing to put up a bunch of numbers for a terrible team. It's another when you're going to come here where there is a culture built and they're playing in their meaningful games.
Yeah,
that's the one thing.
You have to have that evaluation. Yes.
We used to call that back in the day. Somebody's got to be the leading scorer for the Clippers.
There it is.
Correct. You're exactly right. Yeah, somebody's got to be Mitch Richmond for the Kings. 248-539-9797. Your take on it. Do you want the Pistons to step forward here? And obviously, the honest thing is a backdrop, but for the targets that probably fit us more. Because earlier today, a lot of people are like, no, we can't give up anything. And I'm like, then what's the point of this? Stop ignoring the cold. Not that that's possible this weather, but Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. We'll do a complete furnace checkup, make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, only $79. $30 off the regular price, so call today. Spots fill up quickly. And don't forget Mastercraft. They do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. So do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Spectrum TV Fixed TV can combine all your favorite sports streaming apps with live TV.
132! It's only more Hail Marys!
It's only more bottom of the ninth magic.
It's only more slow motion replays.
It's only getting all the sports with over $100 worth of streaming apps like ESPN, Fox One, Tennis Channel, Peacock, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more at SpectrumTV.com.
At Hill's Pet Nutrition, we know that pet parent guilt is real. That's why we make science-led nutrition to help you give more love than humanly possible. Because you're only human, there's Hills. Find the right food at hillspet.com/science does more.
Everyone offers free phones. We do too. But at T-Mobile, you can unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out. What do you think, Drewski? Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. I get all the VIP perks. Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan. Stay chillin', just switch. Check them out at T-Mobile.com/bettervalue.
You know what they say. Early bird gets the ultimate vacation home. Book early and save over $530 on a week-long stay with Verbo. Because early gets you closer to the action. Whether it's waves lapping at the shore or snoozing in a hammock that overlooks, well, whatever you want it to. So you can all enjoy the payoff come summer with Verbo's early booking deals. Rise and shine. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
Spectrum TV Fixed TV can combine all your favorite sports streaming apps with live TV.
It's only more Hail Marys!
It's only more bottom of the ninth magic.
It's only more slow motion replays.
It's only getting all the sports with over $100 worth of streaming apps like ESPN, Fox One, Tennis Channel, Peacock, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more at SpectrumTV.com.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Sunflower and Speed, Driftwood and Dry, Sea Tides and Toughness, with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
And now Senator Larkin in front of the shiny
Host the Washington Capitals. We game tomorrow at 7:15 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Get to the people in a second. I know it's not sunny out, but it's sunny in my world. Eli Manning denied the Hall of Fame. David, the text communications, please. What do people say on the Pistons conference?
I don't think he's what this team needs. Talking heads say it's outside shooting. 3-point shooting is not the strength of Young.
Fucking heads. Why isn't it just people who make sense? Like that's, and I agree with you, by the way, but when a top 15 player becomes available, much easier to put shooting around Cade and Giannis. You just get the player and you figure it out later, not to be disrespectful.
Because what may happen is now all of a sudden you have more players who can shoot and say, I want to go play in Detroit. And you saw this happen when the Pistons were good. And all of a sudden you got people saying, hey, I want to go to Detroit for a 1-year deal. I want to go here. I want to go here. And I guess I'm looking at it more so not towards the regular season. I'm looking more towards the playoffs, but to have that two-man game. That's why I'm saying, yes, I want to bring Giannis. If it's not regular season, I think the Pistons will be fine. But it's that 7-game series, that grind, that's where, look, that to me, that's where the Knicks speech. They were able to do the two-man game late.
Yeah, and people love what Cade and Jalen Duren do, the oops and the two-man. But Jalen Duren doesn't have any offense if he doesn't have that. Imagine you do that with Giannis, who is an offensive threat.
Well, look, and again, I'll say I don't believe in the Giannis thing, but it's more about getting your mind wrapped around making a trade. Now, look, if you want to mess around with the Luke Kennards of the world or Norman Powell, you can do whatever you want to do. I'm just saying, I think you owe it to Kate. You owe it to him to have somebody that approaches his level so they can go down the road together and bring a championship to the city. You rarely are able to do this where, yeah, if you have a LeBron or a Jordan, you might get away with it, but they still had a Pippen. You know, LeBron needed help. He needed Kyrie. Like, you need to give Cade a star. What?
No,
he did. I mean, Kyrie
I
had
was
those big
thinking his
shots.
name. I was like, I don't think he needed your nickname, Kyrie.
Oh, penis game.
He didn't need that.
No, but there was a time you did need Kyrie to get over the hump. I'm just making a point. And at a certain point, you either develop the second star or you got to go trade for it, because we're not an NBA free agency destination. That's okay. 25 of the teams in the league are. If you're not LA, Houston, what? Miami, New York, like what? You're not. And that's okay. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, I think they for sure have to make this phone call. I mean, you just got to do your due diligence and make the phone call, see what they would need on the table, and then really it's about trading for who fits, trading for what we need, trading to see whatever. Just do something, Michael Porter Jr. That's there's some other names going around.
Sure,
that's basically what I think.
Yeah. So you're ready to make a move. So here's a question: why do you feel like this fan base is so hesitant?
I don't know. It kills me every time. Like I said this by a few other things, like for the whole Myles Garrett talk to the line. You got to make the phone calls. You got to see. You got to try. See what's on the table. You know, why is everybody so scared?
Well, it's interesting because you're already getting the reporting coming out that, you know, they're not going to make a big move and they'll get better in the margins. And I'm going, okay. I mean, it just feels like kind of wasteful. I mean, you have a real opportunity right now to add a cornerstone piece, because look, it's not a shot at Asor or Ron Holland. Jaden Ivey, forget it. I think that ship has sailed. And Duran, I'm with David. Yeah, I'm with David. With Duran is like I like him and I'm happy to have him, but he's never going to be an offensive-minded center. Like, he's never going to be a Sengun here. Like, he's not. That's not who he is. And for that reason, I can't have him be my second best player.
With Duran, it would hurt to see him leave, but if that's what it takes to get better, then why not? You know.
Well, my point is you can get better and have. You can have that three-headed monster, and what Duran provides to you defensively and on the glass and as a rim runner, there's immense value there. But when we're closing a game out, I got to have somebody with Cade to help me close out. It can't be the others. That works on cold February nights against Coffee Black and Jackie Moon and whatever else the Nuggets are putting out there because the real players were dead. That is not going to close out an Eastern Conference Finals. So that's where the hesitancy is. All right, look, I understand you don't want to be flippant. We're not going to give anything away. But does anyone with a straight face believe Stuart Thompson or Ron Holland in the next 2 years will be the second best player on this team? Nope. Then you have to be willing to upgrade.
Yeah, I get it. You bought their jerseys and you love them. And
who the hell's wearing a Stuart Thompson jersey besides his family?
I'm sure somebody.
All right. Well, then you need to return.
That's your guy, and it's okay because you're upgrading your team. You're good right now. You're better. You want to be the best team out there, and not just good for a long time.
I want to build this to where I'm adding a player that's on the season tickets for next year, that is here now and in the future, to really open a championship window. And again, they could make that move in the summer. But if that opportunity presents itself now, that's the hesitancy part I don't get by fans.
Right. If you can get an extra half year of that person under your control.
In an Eastern Conference that's dead. Reminder, right? The Knicks are spiraling. And you like the Celtics. How can you say that? Do you think I'm putting faith in Jason Tatum's spaghetti Achilles? Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. Go to Ivory, 97.1. What's up, Ivory?
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, Ivory. What's good?
Yeah, so it's kind of like I had a chance to call, and it kind of relates to a little bit like even like the Lions and Hutchinson and to a certain extent, Schoolboy and Tigers. A lot of like you have a team, you have a superstar player like in Cade, you have to like as a GM, do the best you can. They know he's the best player on the team, and to maximize his time and his prime here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not like I like Giannis. And I would want him like I think the deal that like I heard that Rico talk about. Man, I would do that tonight. You know, because you're not resigning Tobias. You know, you're gonna have to give up something to get it. You're not gonna bring Ivy back. So I would do that like tonight. And I think that they need to go out there and get that player. Now it's a whole different ballgame. Like you said, you have to at least check in.
Yeah.
And if that's the deal, I'm giving that deal out. But the reality is, for one, it's in this division, so they're probably going to want you to pay a tax.
And Giannis is not going to want to come here. And Ivory, here's the thing. We only brought it up. It's the news of the day, but it's really about the Markkanens of the world or the Trey Murphys of the world. That's what is it about your fan base that they don't want to do these things? I'm trying to understand.
I think you get attached to like players. And before I go real quick, can you guys answer this for me? So with Tobias, right?
Yeah.
Most teams, they may not be his the first player they ask about on your team, but because of his contract and expiring, that's probably the first person they're gonna ask about.
Yes.
If say they trade him and the team they trade him to buys him out, is he allowed to come back here?
Yeah, that happens all the time.
Because most teams, that's what's going to happen.
And Ivory, I'm glad you brought this up because you're looking, to me, at least in my world, you're looking at it the right way. Yeah. Look, if Tobias walks out that door at the end of the year, you got no value. Now you have cap space, but it's cap space that you're not going to be able to spend, nor do you want any of the free agents. So then you get in the summer trade window. The Jay Nybee thing is the best point. You have now reduced his value to a point where he plays 15 minutes a night. And if you don't get rid of him now, what are you doing?
Right. So if he's here past the trade deadline, I don't know what's going on because it's so obvious that he's on the outside looking in. Like it's not. It's too obvious for that. And you have to give up something to get it. And the biggest thing of it all is Giannis is not. He's not going to want to come here.
No.
You have to get the maximum value of the player that you want, that wants to be here necessarily. And I'm not giving up all that if I know the player is not going to want to.
No, listen, I'll just say this. In the right deal, like, I would be concerned if the Knicks make a shrewd deal, and it's probably going to take a third team. But if he ends up where they can close games with Brunson and Giannis and some shooting around it, now Cat would probably go in the deal. Yeah, Ivory, that's a concern. That's a distinct the ideal world is Giannis goes to Minnesota. They pair him up with Ant-Man, and somebody else has to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, him going to the Heat doesn't really concern me. The Heat are, look, if they don't get him now, they're going to pursue him like hell this summer. The Heat could get him, but I don't think the Heat would be on your level. Now, yeah, you could have.
It's New York. It's New York.
That would be, but it wouldn't be my problem. Lay out west, right? 248-539-9797. It's 97.
And let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and start the new year off right with great deals on their massive inventory. Selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery. You don't have to wait, including the January Rico deal. Still a few days left on the Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Trax LT for $239 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals I found at 14 Mile and Miles. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can put your sports IQ to work in real time with Robinhood prediction markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. I always knew the game. Now I can actually take part. Trade every play with Robinhood. Now available across the U.S. Download the Robinhood app now to begin. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
We're keeping an eye out on the accidents along eastbound I-696 at Gratiot, blocking both left lanes and now the center lane. We have a new issue along eastbound I-96 at the Newburgh overpass. A semi stuck in the turn area. The entire stretch is completely blocked. That crews on scene as well. I'm Val Dearly with traffic.
At Hills Pet Nutrition, we know that pet parent guilt is real. That's why we make science-led nutrition to help you give more love than humanly possible. Because you're only human, there's Hills. Find the right food at hillspet.com/science does more.
DSW, first place for the humble brag. Here, the shoes are so good, no one would ever know how little you paid if you didn't go telling everyone that is. So much never-ending options for every style, mood, and occasion, all at really great pricing. We'll definitely give you something to brag about. So go ahead, stock up on fresh sneakers from your favorite brands, or try those boots you always secretly knew you could pull off. Find the shoes that get you, and prices that get your budget. At DSW stores or at DSW.com. Let us surprise you.
Well, the holidays have come and gone once again, but if you've forgotten to get that special someone in your life a gift, well, Mint Mobile is extending their holiday offer of half off unlimited wireless. So here's the idea. You get it now, you call it an early present for next year. What do you have to lose? Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Limited time 50% off regular price for new customers. Upfront payment required. $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds may slow after 50 gigabytes per month when network is busy. See terms.
They all look the same. Get rid of those black. This kind of thing happens to me every week. Ball. In football today, brought to you by Hungry Hop. So I am already in off-season mode. So what I'm going to do here is ESPN put together some executive thinking on off-season moves for the NFL.
Linderbaum to the Giants, not the Lions.
They do not have that one on.
He may be the most highly sought after person. Everybody is saying Linderbaum to Mike.
You can't have him.
You just want everything, don't you?
Yes.
And you know what? You get Linderbaum, but Eli has to go into the hall.
Done. I get Linderbaum. I'm buying you an Eli jersey, and I'll have to look at it every Friday of football season.
Go ahead. Let's get here to the first prediction. They believe here that the Eagles are going to trade A.J. Brown to the Buffalo Bills.
Makes sense for both parties.
Yeah.
I'm good with it. Honestly, A.J. needs a change of scenery. I think something's broken between him and Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I think AJ has hit that point where wide receivers might have the 2-year shelf life. They're good, and then you got to move on from them within 2 years, or he'll tell you.
Where's your guy going?
Who?
Ayuk.
He may not play football.
Okay, then.
Honestly, he's kind of on that path where he's just trying to burn everything in sight. He's going full Antonio Brown.
So I will say this because last year they predicted that DK gets traded to the Chargers, which was wrong. He went to the Steelers. So I'm giving you an alternative here. They say Bills for A.J. Brown. Give me another team choice for that.
For A.J. Brown?
Yes. Who didn't have the right player, just the wrong team.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have number one target share available. Got to have that need for a big-bodied, red zone threat guy. I'm being serious. David, Buffalo is that perfect.
So they might have gotten this one right on the. Okay.
I could give you another one.
It's one, but I don't know if he would do this or not. But what if he went back to Tennessee?
Can't go home again. No. I'd say Kansas City. Kansas City was what I was thinking because they have a bunch of small people. They truly need a big physical presence somewhere. Because Kelsey, I assume,
I'm
is
saying
dead.
young quarterback, you know he's going to get all the passes.
I know, but you can't go home again.
Well, what's interesting, Rico, you say that is that they have other potential fits via the scouts, and Tennessee is on their list. Not saying that
Rico
it
gets
could
free
happen,
lunch if that happens.
but it would be pretty wild if you did. Next one here, this prediction here, and I've been hearing a lot of rumors regarding this player, and it is Lamar Jackson. Ravens trade Lamar Jackson to the Raiders.
David, here's a funny thing. I've been hearing the same thing, and it was just kind of one of those, okay, yeah, really not going to happen. But when multiple people who don't know each other all keep saying the same thing, you're like, wait. So the Raiders would have to come off of that number 1 overall pick.
First of all, when it comes to the NFL, my team stinks. I am an agent of chaos. I will pull up a lawn chair and watch the world burn from a good safe distance. You will have Baltimore in riot mode because they've traded Lamar. You will have Vegas do the most Vegas thing ever, taking a guy who's about to be 30 and be more like Lieutenant Dan than the player you fell in love with. And I'll just sit there with Kenny with a pair of sunglasses on.
I think it's just
watching it all.
If you're Baltimore after the initial shock, like, okay, but you got, I think, a pretty good quarterback coming in that you can manage that money for the next 5
You
seasons.
won't be alive to tell the tale. You'll be in a space pond because there is no safe harbor if you trade Lamar in that town.
I think it would be like Nico Harrison. It would be, oh, this is great. This is what we decided, and then your job is gone.
You better hope Elon's got one of them.
I've heard about this trade.
I've heard rumors that he wants to go home. He wants to go to Miami.
I wish he'd just retire because I don't like watching him play anymore. Carry on.
Next one here. The Falcons roll with Kirk Cousins as their QB. This one makes no sense.
No, it does, David.
Actually, it does, because you don't know when Penix is going to be back.
And he's got Linguini for knee card.
And if you can get Cousins for another 1-year rental,
I think you could restructure the deal and a year at the end.
They already have. They restructured his contract. It includes $67.9 million in 2027.
Okay.
So they've moved and added a void year.
David, I'm with Rico. I don't think they have a choice. They don't have their own first-round pick. The Rams have it. This is arguably the worst quarterback draft in the history of Earth.
And you set yourself up for next year's draft if you need to, where it's going to be, okay, Penix, either you prove this or you're gone. Because if you're going to keep getting hurt, we got to move on from it.
Next one here is another quarterback. Involves the Dolphins or the Browns. And it says Malik Willis goes to either Dolphins or Browns.
Please go to Miami. Going to the Browns would be career suicide.
Yes, it would.
Because that would make, 5 quarterbacks that they would have on the roster. I mean, I just wonder, what are you going to do with Deshaun Watson? Because he's supposedly back.
He has to be there.
Remember that space pod we talked about? You getting out of Baltimore? Yeah, I got to buy one. I got a buddy pass.
Okay.
You get to fly to space with Deshaun Watson.
But yeah, then, so what, Tua is part of this trade or Tua's just gone?
That leads me to the next prediction.
Tua's working at Thursday nights. Nice. Eli.
The next prediction they have does include Tua. It says Geno, Tua, and Kyler Murray are all made available for the Jets. Oh,
Geno, Tua,
and Kyler Murray.
This is a no-brainer of those. Kyler. I can't do the injury concerns or the contract with Tua. Geno Smith is going home again. Yeah, he can't play there. I'd say Kyler, change of scenery, heavy run offense. Man, what do you want from me?
Can I just take the?
He offered three different flavors of herpes, and you're overacting here like one of them's a good choice. It's
like,
bad.
it's herpes.
It's bad, badder, or worse.
Dave is offering Neapolitan herpes.
Right. Up next, David at the chlamydia block. Like, none of these taps are good selections,
If that's just too much Aries coming back on, so let me ask you this: what should the Jets do at quarterback? Nothing more with that. I don't think it will.
proud of. Legit. Having something. Like the road. Like the road. Like the road.
Gladiators, John Works, right here on the Vikings #1 reggae station, Islands 98.5 Sage Boy. It is the area playing your favorite reggae tunes in this afternoon. The reggae cafe happens to John once again. SAGEY underscore. Let's keep it pushing right here. We got Shaggy and Angel on Islands 98.5. You're my darling. Close to that, my feet, you are with me. Baby, show me your way. You're my darling. Girl, you're my friend, and I'm with me. Baby, I belong to the corner when the still young. Through some of your back when it's all done. All for the when the little love, you're from down to the blue sun. What about the long run down? Off the yard where you're coming from. Living up, living on a much attention. What's there to my cause of this? I want to show the news on my appreciation. You're my love. Closer to my feet, you are to me. Baby, show you my. You're my love. Girl, you're my friend, and I will be. You're a queen of the song you should be treated. You're never get the loving that you needed. Yeah. You're the last but a call of the Let the be. You come see me. I'm a say that I like this program. I just want to make the love with your emotion. Yeah. I'm the feeling that I have for you is so strong. Been together so long, and this could never be wrong. You're my darling. Closer than my feet, far from me. Show you right. You're my darling. You're my friend, and I believe. Young, I was gonna have my friends all done. All for when you listen up, you're one down, your boots on the water for the long run. We must have the always having some. Living up, living our much attention. And was there to my consolation. I wanna show the nation my appreciation. You're my darling. Closer than my feet, you are with me. Show you right.
It's the Reggae Cafe on Island 85.
We hit signs and we just hit miles per hour. And this is New York.
You're exactly right. Good luck with that one. So here's another prediction. Okay, is that the Cowboys end up in the same situation. They franchise tag George Pickens, and he holds out to start the year.
Okay, I'm biased because I don't like George Pickens. And he did the same crap this year that he did last year. Now, remember, he was electric for the Cowboys. And then what happened? A couple in these must-win spots, he went full Pickens, including that night here in Detroit where CD gets hurt.
And you thought, yeah, this is how I'm going to make my money tonight.
And he was walking through routes. I just don't think you can be in business with George Pickens. I honestly would let him go before I'd pay him $30 million.
But
You can't count on him.
Pure Cowboy fashion. Go resign him, and this will happen, David, because that's just what the Cowboys do. But once again, goes back to what I said. Receivers, short shelf life. You use them once and you move on.
The other angle too, Rico, they have CeeDee Lamb. Wide receiver to me is a very easy position to replace production. You can be a number 2, and CeeDee Lamb makes you better. Their tight end Ferguson makes you better. Like, they have the running game. They don't need to do this.
The game against the Lions, if I was Jerry Jones, showed me every reason why I'm not bringing this guy back. Because this was your chance to shine on the big stage. And, son, you acted like you didn't want to be there.
Can I offer one other thing that's not a trade? I just want to manifest something.
Sure.
Trey Hendricks into the Bears.
I've been seeing some smoke around that one.
Yeah. Because my mission is to make Jim Costa's head explode.
Well, it won't matter because the Bears are just, whatever.
Hendrickson in that long sleeve Carhartt he wears, 18 sacks next year.
I will close it out with this one because I just found one just for you, Michael. I have a big one on Bleacher Report prediction. He lands in New York. His name is Tyler Linderbaum. That's what they predict here, that he lands in New York.
Let that Holy Ghost language come in, Valerie. Go ahead.
Why does Mike get to experience this thing?
Well, for you, I can give you one. There's a prediction that Jim Schwartz lands
You land an electrical power plant that kills you. Hey, we're going to put a Faraday box around there, so it'll be okay. There's a prediction that Jim Schwartz lands as DC in San Francisco. I don't mind that at all. Oh, he runs the wide nine? I don't mind that at all. Hey, and he's angry and motivated right now?
David, with Linderbaum, can I get the Patrick Ricard with him too?
All right, look, it's only one player at a time here. One player.
I'm just saying, can you imagine Linderbaum, Ricard, the 300-pound fullback, Scatterbug?
Can you? Here's what you need. What? You need a coach who just walks in there and says, guys, we're going to live for the next down and for the next series, and we don't have to treat every game like it's high school and lead with our heads. Signed, your quarterback and your running back.
It's not optimal.
Like both guys, like, hey, you realize it's a long season.
It would also help if Malik Neighbors didn't look like Rick James at the end of the skit. My legs!
Okay, have you seen the Malik Neighbors? Have you seen that commercial yet? Where he's sitting at the IHOP. Yeah. And the lady's like, well, you didn't help. Just sit my legs. My legs. That is in football today. Nice. Crawling off the hip.
All right, FanDuel, we got one last kickoff, one last Sunday, unfortunately. Can't explain it, but it's Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel is making sure you're in on it. New customer, you bet $5, get $200 bonus bets. Whether you're back favorite or the dog, guys, we don't know. Stand FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wage roll. $5 first deposit required. Bonuses issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. That's 100.
Going with 25, yeah?
25.
Yeah. Let's go to the second floor. And then use the elevator on the side. Let's press 25, okay?
Second floor.
All right?
All right.
Precious cargo. Maybe the purple.
See the boat. The boat. All those fish are more prettier now.
Really?
Just look crystal.
Really?
I just need
I did. Who is? I don't know how big I am. I don't like this one. Huh? They're gonna delete that.
I don't never see it. Never see it. So it goes straight to them. And then about parking, the parking. I'm sorry.
Inside.
In the building.
Go with you. It's easier.
Lift my phone.
Prevent any disease.
Letty and Rico Show is presented by Femininity Law. Go to getdavidcafe.com.
Cheers. Bye.
Chew it.
What up, though, Energy? Oh, I'm going. It's running smooth. I should be able to hit 3 and some change today. 298. That's what's up. That's what's up. I believe it. They still trying to recover from that aftermath. You might need to get on that Sam's Club and Costco and BJ's Warehouse. They always in stock.
Okay.
How many orders? No.
I got three. So this one be like the second. One of them is chicken.
Yeah. Yeah. This one, no. No. Okay. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thanks. This is all good. Yeah. This is the wrong pin number.
Okay.
One more time.
We had two ice powder, but they boiled oh two only. Thank you. Oh, that way.